I was going to start with a different song, but fuck it, we're gonna go with this one.
Stop. Very cool.
Hello. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I've been wanting to start a stream with that song for like ages, but because it has swearing in it and you're not supposed to swear in like the first, I think it's 20 seconds of your video, I always put it off. But today is apparently everything goes to shit day, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So how are you guys doing? Can you hear me? You can hear me fine. Okay, great. I don't know what happened. My laptop just suddenly decided you're not allowed to have Wi-Fi anymore. And I'm like, what? And then my phone was like, yeah, you're also not allowed to have Wi-Fi anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then I'm like, okay, it must be because we're having bad weather or whatever. But my mom's like, no, she's got Wi-Fi. Like, her Wi-Fi is fine. So then I like restart my laptop and it's still telling me can't connect to this network. So I've now connected to the extender and it seems to be holding. So if I just randomly disappear, you guys know what's going on. It's because I don't know. There are gremlins in the wires or whatever. Anyway, hi. I see people asking what's Wacken. Wacken is why I'm not streaming next weekend, because Wacken is happening. So I'm going to be watching the Magenta TV live stream for like 5 days in a row. Wacken is a open-air music festival in Germany just for metal music. It is just metal music. It's 5 days, and it's like back-to-back acts. They've got about 3 open-air stages, and obviously I'm not in Germany, so I can't watch the live stream. But the cool thing is, on Magenta TV's like a website, you can switch back and forth between which stage you want to look at. And then depending on what act you want to watch, you can just literally like flip back and forward with whatever you want to watch. Last year, I'm just going to turn on my tablet, so this is my computer, not yours. Okay, good. At least the tablet's working. Last year, I watched Uriah Heep was there. That was really cool, seeing Uriah Heep live. And the main headliner, one of the main headliners this year is Blind Guardian, who's like my favorite band of all time. So I'm really, really excited to seeing them, because every time they perform live is amazing. Yeah, and see now my chat on my phone doesn't want to load. That's great. I can see you guys on the laptop. It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Anyway, how are you guys? You guys doing good? You guys doing all right? I hope so. I might have to switch back and forth between the chat on my laptop itself. So, oh, you know what? No, I can't do that. I can't make Clip Studio Paint smaller because then I can't see the chat. Let me see what happens in Streamlabs if I do this. Like, what does Streamlabs do? Does it, like, just go crazy? So if I do this and I can see the chat and Clip Studio Paint, can it do that? Is it fine? Yeah, it's kind of okay with that. Okay, so the window might be a little bit smaller than usual, just so that I can see both you guys and my window. Can we draw something metal related? You know what else, though? I'm very, very happy for me to report that my gaming laptop is at least functional, even though I don't have the part it needs yet. That's still in the mail. I managed to talk to the guys who are going to fix it for me, and they have at least gotten it to a state where I can play again. So that's fantastic. So I was actually thinking if we should draw like one of the Baldur's Gate 3 characters, just because I'm so happy to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. More Mass Effect streams, perhaps, maybe? Yes, I want to get that going as well. I need to, like, stress test my machine, because what happened is it's no longer the old laptop I used to stream on. It is now a chimera of the old laptop and a laptop I had which wasn't super functional, and I've now, like, combined them into one functional laptop. So I need to see if this laptop can, like, handle, like, if the specs can handle streaming and playing the game at the same time. It should, but we'll stress test it and see what's up. Anyway, hi guys. Hi to Diamond and Jim Jim and Shire and Nanana and Monster Slurpee, some dude with half a life, Andrea, did I miss anyone? Who else? Thantris, Dargentries, Duncan, Demon, and I think that's everyone. Arad, Virgil. I believe that's everyone. If I missed you, I'm very sorry. It's a bit of a nonsense show today, but then again, it's always a bit of a nonsense show. But yes, I was wondering, who should we draw? I'm kind of leaning towards Lae'Zel, just because I really, really like Lae'Zel. I really like her character a lot. I think she's super cool. I would go with something like the Emperor, but because he doesn't have like a human face, it might be a bit tricky for me to get his facial structure down in a stream while I'm also interacting with chat and stuff, and like get like a finished piece. So I was thinking like Lae'Zel or Shadowheart, because those two, I think, because they've got a relatively quote-unquote normal facial and body structure, it'll be a little bit easier for me to get that down as I'm talking. Whereas like we draw Shadowheart to continue with the booba art. She doesn't have much booba though. Like, she's quite flat-chested. But that's who I was thinking. I was thinking either Lae'Zel or Shadowheart. I would draw Karlach because I love Karlach, but she has like a very strong body type, and I would have to pay a little bit more attention because, you know, Sadness, I'm not super used to drawing that body, and although I can do it, I would prefer to do it with like proper reference and give it proper attention, rather than just like like the stock standard ordinary body type I'm most used to drawing. You fine with anything? Stan Lae'Zel? Main characters only? Yeah, I think so. Because it's just what I'm more used to and what I've got reference for, because I still haven't finished the game. So I don't want to look for reference for too many other characters in case I inevitably like walk into spoilers that I don't want to walk into, you know. So I was thinking Lae'Zel, but we can do Shadowheart instead. I'm just quickly throwing something down so you guys aren't looking at a static screen. Do that. I don't know why, but I feel like the Pokemon Koraidon would be into metal. Am I weird? Koraidon. Oh, I know who Koraidon is. Maybe. I mean, he's like a rock Pokemon, right? Wrong chat! You're commenting in the wrong chat about Pokemon. Draw the narrator. Shut up. Okay, we're going with Lae'Zel. Okay, cool. My tablet is still doing that thing where it randomly turns itself off. I'm a little concerned. I want to order a replacement cable from Huon, but they don't have a presence in my country, so I would have to order it from Amazon. And as you can tell, just from my laptop situation, it's a little hard to get shipping here in like a timely manner. But it should be okay, we'll see. I am not, what's the word, liable, I suppose? I'm not to blame for any strange technical difficulties I'm currently suffering. It's like Mercury isn't even in retrograde yet. I think it goes into retrograde in like August or something, which, you know, don't fully subscribe to that kind of thing 100%, but at the same time, it's nice to have something to blame when shit goes wrong. Let's see, I want her to be holding her sword in her hands, and I want a rather strong pose. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing because I'm having her head angled down, but I need her chest like this. Oh no, that works. Okay, I got it. There we go. I do not practice metal. I have mastered it. Lae'Zel probably. Yeah, I really like her character. I don't think it's canon, but as far as I'm concerned, she's like one of the most autistic characters I've ever seen in a video game, but like in a positive way. I really like her a lot. I like that she's extremely direct. She has absolutely no understanding of social graces whatsoever, and it's not that she doesn't understand humor, it's just if she doesn't find it funny, she has no patience for it. It's really funny. I like her a lot. She's so cool. Do that. And I apologize in advance for any like weapon experts in chat who are going to scream at me for the hand placement on the broadsword. I know I am not that well versed off the top of my head. We're all just gonna have to deal with it a little bit. I would suggest side characters. I would recommend the kobolds for no reason in particular. You're half asleep right now? Yeah, no worries. It's funny, dude. Don't worry about it. It's like the kind of thing I would do. Oh, there we go. My chat's actually working on my phone. I'm going to keep it like this, though, just so that I don't disorient you guys with a bunch of, like, window changes all the time. So we're just gonna work with this and deal with it as best we can. Turn the music up just a bit. There we go. But yes, I'm very happy about having my gaming laptop. I didn't play today, though, because I was preparing for the stream. And I've been catching up with the EFAP's coverage of the Boogies shenanigans that have been going on. So that's been, like, occupying my day all day, that's such a silly thing to say. It's like, oh no, I haven't been playing a video game I've been looking forward to getting back to for, like, 2 months. Because I've been listening to not even drama, but, like, for lack of a better term, a drama podcast. As a lifelong D&D nerd, I'm glad for a D&D drawing. Yeah. I'm not super well versed with, it's not that I'm not well versed in D&D. I kind of know the basics for D&D. But the Forgotten Realms stuff, I am not super well versed in. However, Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of helping me get into it a little bit more because I'm actually reading like in-game books. I'm taking the time to read like all the lore in the books and stuff, and I'm looking forward to replaying it with like this better knowledge of what everything is and what's actually going on and things like that. Because when I started, I was getting very confused between an illithid, a mind flayer, and there's another word for them. Like they have 3 words for the same thing, and I was getting very confused. But I kind of have a better idea of what's going on now. Let's move her face over there because it's a little off. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Boogie is genuinely human trash. But it's fascinating. It's just interesting, right? I often watch like these silly drama videos while I'm working because it's like junk food for the brain while I'm doing things that require my actual attention. Like usually when I'm drawing or editing or sometimes animating, it depends. I'll just like listen to silly drama videos because I don't have to pay too close attention versus like an actual video essay where I'm more invested in learning what the person is actually talking about. With drama stuff, I mean, it's just kind of one in the one ear and out the other. But the Boogie stuff has been very, very interesting, just like from a psychology level. Sorry if you have no idea what's going on in the wider YouTube space. Basically, a very, very popular YouTuber from back in the day who has had a massive fall from grace has just been recently caught faking a cancer diagnosis for like 2 years, specifically to scam his audience out of money. So that's the big topic at hand. And EFAP did like a 2-part stream where they just covered all the lies he's told over the years. And it's just been super interesting to like watch because I'm not super versed in Boogie lore. I know he's not a great person, but so much of it I just had no idea over. So it's been very interesting just kind of listening to all the nonsense that man has gotten up to. And it's insane to me, as I'm sure it would be for any kind of person. Like just the absolute insanity that this man has put out there. So it's fascinating. I often think like being into video drama things, like with what's going on with Boogie and stuff, I always try and explain it like it's like being into true crime, but nobody died. It's that kind of like interest. It's similar to just being interested in a criminal and how a criminal thinks, but in this case, nobody actually got offed. Who's Boogie? He was like a big famous YouTuber back in the day. He was one of the early YouTubers. And he's just been caught scamming his audience for 2 years, saying he has cancer when he does not. And it's been proven he does not have cancer. It was all just a big money scam. And it's just very fascinating to me. And I think about why that's interesting to me and why even in a true crime sense is interesting to me. And I think what it boils down to is it's the same reason I like history, and it's the same reason I often like TV shows, which is it's like human psychology, right? It's just very interesting for me to kind of dive into what makes a person behave and act a certain way. And that's why, just to kind of bring it around into the world of fiction, that's why it really bothers me when fictional characters behave in ways that are contradictory to the way that they've been written. Even if it doesn't make sense in a real world psychology kind of way, I actually care about character psychology in fiction. So it's something that's important to me. And I think that kind of bleeds over into things like why real human people do things a certain way, and like what led them to behave this way, and like what in their psychology makes them behave that way. I think it's all connected. I might just be talking a bunch of rubbish, but that's kind of how I've thought about it, because I've often wondered, why do I find this nonsense interesting when it's just kind of drama on the internet, right? It's not that important. But that's as close as I've managed to get to an answer to that question. In Germany alone, we have those YouTube drama stories kind of once per month. Yeah, there's always someone. But yeah, that's like my thinking as to why. Just do this. I might have to pull up a reference because she, Lae'Zel, does not have round pupils. She has very strange pupils. Let me grab one because I was smart and actually downloaded some images to use as reference before the stream. Just wait for that to load. Mercury retrograde is coming at the perfect time. Yeah. As I said, my stream was already acting up, so... yeah, my YouTube is telling me my connection quality is poor. So apologies for that. Apologies for logical nonsense. If it's too much of a hassle, I'll come back tomorrow or something. Okay, there she is. And just do it this way so I can see the chat. I used to follow how does one say his name? Cryotic back in like 2012. Then I checked back in and found out what happened. Yeah, same. I used to be quite into Cry's content as well. So that was kind of a letdown. I have resubbed to Pro Jared though, because as more details were coming out regarding that situation and just how what a mess it was from everybody involved, similar to what happened to like Channel Awesome and stuff, where people like purposefully tried to paint them in the worst possible light imaginable for like dubious reasons, right? But anyway, I don't want to talk about too much YouTube drama because I think it alienates some parts of chat who really don't care and are kind of just here for art. So I'm not going to bore you guys too much. But I do have a question that's semi-related. I am still editing the 4th part of My Adventure with Superman. I'm hoping to get it out by the end of this upcoming week, at least for Patreon, because they get it a week earlier than everyone else. And I have a section where I talk about cartoons, but not so much cartoons as pieces of media that really market themselves as progressive, you know, like we saw with High Guardian Spice, like we saw with Velma, and we see it in some other properties as well, where you have these properties that really market themselves front and foremost as progressive, and how so often the properties that make a big deal about that end up suffering. And I have a big theory as to why that happens, but there's a part where I talk about how properties that don't really make a big deal out of the fact that they have just more variety in terms of like gender and race and things like that, they often don't have that problem. And I say that they don't really talk about it, these properties that are more comfortable in just delivering a good product, so they don't have to rely on saying, oh, you should support us because of X, Y, and Z. When people online who are very fragile make it a big deal, and it kind of forces the project to talk about that kind of thing. But then I kind of joke and say, however, it might be a 4D chess move where they wait for those people to bring it up so that they can bring it up, so that it makes them look good because they weren't the ones to bring it up first. Now, my question is, when I say oftentimes it might be that these projects are forced to bring it up because of these extremely fragile people online, I am considering using the clip of Az, where he just screams about pronouns in Starfield. Now, my question is, I don't think Az is a bad guy. I think Az does that thing, which I also find quite funny, which is to be extremely hyperbolic. Because I watched him play the Gollum game as well, and just like the way he was screaming and ranting about how terrible that game is, it's very obvious that's his style of humor, is that he likes taking it to this extreme degree. So my question is it a good idea to include this very, very funny clip of him just screaming about pronouns when I don't think he's that upset about it? I think he's doing, he doesn't like it, but it's not something that's actually bothering him that much. It's just his style of delivery. Is it disingenuous to then use his clip knowing that? Or is it worth using that as an example of the kind of people who get bent out of shape about that sort of thing, even though it may not be the case in his case? Because I'm starting to question whether I really want to use as the example, because I know the bottom line is he himself doesn't actually take it that seriously, his complaint is it takes him, what's the word? It breaks immersion for him. That's his complaint. And I don't think it's a valid complaint as far as I'm concerned, but I also can't deny that that's his experience, right? So he isn't this kind of, he doesn't strike me as the kind of person that I'm describing in the video. So I feel a little concerned using such a perfect clip of him just screaming about pronouns when it might be misrepresenting the kind of person that he is, right? If it's funny, use it. Yeah, I know, and it's very funny. It's very funny. It's a really funny clip. Hey Kevin, didn't realize there was a stream. Glad I could catch it. No worries. I had some technical difficulties. I think things are sorted now. My YouTube is warning me I've got bad quality here and there, so just excuse that if the stream gets a little funky. I don't actually know what's going on. We're having very bad weather, so it could be due to that. It's a hilarious clip. It's so funny. Like, even knowing it's a bit, and even knowing that his real problem is just immersion, it's still a funny clip. Like, I'm not even going to use the full clip. I'm just going to use the part where he's screaming the word pronouns at the top of his lungs. Because it's so funny and unhinged. I want to make her angrier, actually. I'm struggling to, like, really... There we go. So bring this down and do that. That's better. Lae'Zel has, like, a permanent scowl on her face. I really like Lae'Zel. She's so good. It's funny, but in laughing at, not with. See, that's the problem. But at the same time, it's like, well, Az was the one who decided that he was going to put that on the internet, right? Nobody made him make a fool out of himself. He put it out there, so it's like, well, it's his humble pie to eat. But at the same time, it's like, you understand, it's a difficult problem, I feel, because I don't want to misrepresent somebody. Get a clip of Synthetic Man or use Az and explain all of what you said. Yeah, see, but that's the thing, though. It's such a mouthful to kind of explain all my overthinking about why this kind of represents what I'm talking about, but not really. It would just be better to just kind of not use it, especially because what I'm talking about, I've got examples of, like, YouTube thumbnails of people actually doing what I'm talking about. I saw a bunch of thumbnails of people just, like, losing their shit because of the new Dragon Age game, where the director confirmed that they've made all the characters in it pan just to kind of not lock anyone out of a romance. That's why they did it. They didn't want anybody to feel locked out of a romance, because that's a common complaint in games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect and stuff, that you can't romance X and Y character just because of the gender you decided to play as. So in order to avoid that, they just said, okay, well, all the characters in Dragon Age is pan. Similar to what they did with Baldur's Gate. And I saw all these thumbnails on YouTube of people, like, actually being upset about this, when the reasons for it are legit, like, a gameplay mechanic reason. It's not like a political reason. It's literally just to work on the gameplay. But then I saw people who were like, Dragon Age has gone woke. And I'm like, did you guys not play the previous 3 games? They've always been this way. But yes, and I don't really want to lump Az into that crowd when that wasn't really his problem. I guess my problem is I don't want to throw somebody under the bus, even though it's kind of their own words working against them. I'm trying to have some integrity. I'm trying to have some integrity and not just, like, throw certain people and saying, like, oh, look, this is the kind of, like, thin-skinned person I'm talking about. Look at this loser getting bent out of shape about pronouns in a video game. And it's like, yeah, but also no, that's kind of misrepresenting what his entire rant was, and also misrepresenting how he does humor, right? And I don't like throwing people under the bus. Even when I was, like, yelling about Mindy Kaling when I was doing Velma, uncomfortable to me to a certain degree, because I'm like, am I going too hard into Mindy? But then I hear her, like, in certain interviews, just the horrendous, shockingly terrible things she said in interviews, and I'm like, never mind, she's a terrible person. I honestly don't care. The woke mob left insists that I shower every once in a while. Because everything new is gone woke, even if older ones did the same thing. I wonder if the people who are screaming about every character in the new Dragon Age being pansexual, just to kind of make it easier on a gameplay mechanic, are they aware that Dragon Age Inquisition had like a trans character, like a canon trans character? Are they aware of that? Because, like, that's a thing that happened. That was in the last game. So again, I don't fully understand this, like, freak out. It's like the games have always been this way, dude. But anyway, like I said, I don't want to throw Az under the bus as being part of that crowd. But at the same time, it's one of the funniest clips I've ever seen of somebody just having, like, a genuine meltdown because you can choose your pronouns in the character creation screen. It's such a dumb thing to get upset about. It's like, oh no, you can choose your gender in the character creator. Which is funny. It makes me wonder. I wasn't really online that much, and I definitely wasn't part of the discourse. Was that a thing when they announced that you can play as a female character with Mass Effect? Like, were people this upset about that, or did people just, like, not care? Because that was like 2007. So I feel like people were probably upset, but I can also see people just, like, not caring, just because social media was not what it is today. So if people were upset, it probably wasn't to the degree that we're seeing these days. Context is everything, and 99 times out of 100, intent is easy to spot. People on the internet just don't give a tick. That is true, and I think that's also why I'm reluctant to include that clip of Az, because it is so easy for people to go, oh, well, he's obviously upset about pronouns in video games just because he's a bigot. And I'm like, no, he does have reasons for why. It's reasons I don't share, but at least he can explain why it bugged him. And in his case, it had to do with immersion, which, again, I don't agree with him, but it's not so much bigotry loaded. It's like immersion loaded. And I guess I have some sympathy for that, because I often also complain about things that break immersion to me, but I also at least try and recognize when that is completely subjective and it doesn't actually have anything to do with the quality of the product that I'm reviewing, right? Because my big hang-up is cartoons, in this case, who will blatantly copy visuals and cinematography from anime. Like, that drives me crazy, and I think that's obvious by now if you've been watching my content, that I complain about that a lot. And in my mind, that's a valid thing. It's an immersion-breaking thing, but I've seen people in my comments disagree with me, where they don't see it as immersion-breaking. So that's why I feel like I can at least understand to some degree why something like that would be immersion breaking for you, even though someone else might not see it as a big deal, right? I think that's also why I'm reluctant to do it, because I at least have some sympathy for you just explaining why the immersion breaks for you, and then somebody else coming in and saying, no, your experience is wrong. You didn't experience it that way. Your experience is actually not true. So that's also part of it, right? I'm trying to be understanding. I don't want to be like somebody who just comes after people, right? I like understanding where they're coming from, at least, even if I disagree. Look, people are hating the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion because, in no small part, because the VA for a main character was trans. Yeah, but again, that's the kind of person I want to kind of go after, point out as being silly in my video. And I don't want to lump somebody in with people like that when that's not really what the argument is. So like I said, I'm kind of soundboarding off you guys to hear, am I comfortable using that clip even though it would be funny? Or is it not really worth essentially throwing somebody under the bus when it's not really part of that discussion? I'll think about it. I'll see when I get to that part in the editing itself how I feel. I'm leaning towards leaving it out though, just because of like integrity's sake, I suppose. because again, it's not cool to throw somebody under the bus, even if it's just for a joke. It's not cool, because I've seen other people do that with that clip, right? They're like, look at this man baby crying about pronouns, and it's like, yeah, it is a man baby thing, but at the same time, it isn't. he at least has an argument in there. It's not just the pronoun thing. Also, I need to actually pay attention to this hand because I am drawing some kind of nonsense. Let me grab a reference image here. Given what you've said, if you believe you are throwing him under the bus, don't use the clip. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'm like, I don't know whether I'm lumping him in with people who are a lot worse than he is, just because the clip itself appears without context to fall under that category, when with context it's very, very obvious it doesn't. And as I've said in past videos, context to me is very important. I don't like it when things are taken out of context, because I just don't like it. And I think maybe that's also a thing. Like, I like history and stuff, and I get very bent out of shape when people misrepresent historical events and such, just by removing it from context and then saying it's something completely different than what it actually is, simply because they didn't provide context. Do I have reference of a hand holding a sword? Let me just scroll through these. Sorry if you guys can't see it, but I'm just scrolling through my hand references, trying to find a nice pose because I'm struggling here. I mean, there's this one. I guess I can use this. Yeah, maybe. Let me grab this. It's this one. Let's see. If you don't use that clips, there's got to be others that are just as fitting coming from way worse people. See, the other problem is I would have to expose myself to people being that way. And I don't always like it, because I'm like, I really don't want to listen to what this person has to say just because they seem like a horrible person. That's also part of it. It's like, these people exist. Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Michigan. What are we drawing? We are drawing Lae'Zel. Let me like this, since we can do that now. I'm curious if you personally have any... Thank you, Avina. If you personally have any recommendations for YouTubers that talk about these topics with more nuance than most others. I know I mention them a lot, but I do actually like EFAP because they're not really super concerned about the whole politics of the thing. They are concerned primarily on whether a piece of product is good or not. I use the word product. They say media, but I like their takes on it, especially because the EFAP crew, the main three members of the EFAP crew, are quite a eclectic bunch. Because if you want to play the whole like bingo card, Rags himself is bisexual. Fringy, I don't know his ethnicity, but I know he isn't white. And Mauler isn't American, he's Welsh. So it's just like a group of different perspectives coming together, discussing media, and very often they're not particularly interested in like the bingo card of, oh well, this writer is X, Y, and Z, and this person is X, Y, and Z. They're interested in the end product, and although they will discuss those things, they mainly discuss them in terms of like how it impacts the product and what it's done to the entertainment industry at large and things like that. And I find it very interesting because, well, I find it very tiring, but I find it interesting when it comes to media discussion, because in my country, that kind of thing isn't political. Like queer rights and trans rights and all those things, that's not a political discussion in my country. It has nothing to do with politics in my country. So that's why it's also very interesting for me to hear about, because it's not that it's not a big deal here, but it's not a big deal in the politics atmosphere. It just isn't. And that's also why it's kind of interesting to me, because it's kind of like looking at an alien landscape. I'm still trying to draw this hand and struggling. I see somebody tagged me in their messages. How about writing in a short message and ask if he's fine with it? I mean, I could, but I'm a little shy. I'm a little shy to be like, hey dude, do you mind if I completely misrepresent you in my video for the lols, just because it's very funny? Right? Fringy is black Australian. I thought so, but I didn't want to assume. But I do know that he mentioned that because somebody called him, somebody who didn't like their take on Star Wars or something, pointed out, oh, this bunch of like white cis males, and Fringy immediately took offense to that because he's like, just because I'm Australian, of course that has to mean that I'm white, doesn't it? Which I find interesting because that was never a topic of discussion till somebody else brought it up, right? It just wasn't relevant to the topic at hand until somebody decided to drag that into the argument. Don't do that? Yeah, no, I don't think I will. Chances are I might just leave that clip out. Maybe I can try and find a clip without like killing my soul of somebody else just being like a horrendous human being. Oh, there's this, that's too cartoony. I might have to change her pose if I'm going to spend this much time looking for reference material of somebody just holding a sword. Otherwise, you guys are just going to stare at a blank canvas while I go hunting. I mean, I could do this, I suppose. Hold on. Sword holding pose. This is what we're down to. Images. It's big over here politically because politicians like to divide up from each other to solidify bases. It purely serves a divide and conquer purpose. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But as I said, now I don't want to get into politics too much because I don't think it's relevant to the discussion here in terms of like how actual politics work. It's just interesting to me when it comes to the discussion of media because I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in whether the media is good or not. That is my main concern. And that's kind of why I approached the High Guardian Spice video the way I did, was because I felt people were getting so wrapped up.
You have received a new message.
Oh, really? Thank you, Avina. Did I miss something? Yes, I did. Thanks, Andrea. Thank you so much. Just pitching in, and also, did you ever see Sarah Z's video about High Guardian Spice? I haven't, because while I was making that video, I was avoiding other videos because I didn't want to accidentally parrot what other people were saying about it. I wanted to be sure to give my own opinions and not accidentally adopt what other people were saying just because I liked their opinions on it. Because I mean, that happens sometimes, right? You hear somebody, you hear them say something very cool, and then you're like, oh, that's so good, and then you kind of adapt that into your belief over a product, and then you end up kind of parroting what they said, and it's not a thought that you yourself had, which is kind of unfair. That's why when I quote people in posts I've seen on Tumblr on certain things, I will try my best to put the Tumblr post on the screen itself, just so that it's very clear that I am quoting somebody else. This isn't me giving an opinion I formed on my own. This is an opinion I saw somebody else express, and I liked it enough to subscribe to their idea. Go back and watch God of War Ragnarok EFAB. You can find plenty of clips there. Oh, okay, thank you. That's very useful. Because it helps when there's like a buffer of somebody else experiencing it. Because it kind of helps you feel you're not insane. You're not like listening to a crazy person and just having to deal with that. You can hear other people groan and be like, what the hell is this person talking about as well. And it kind of takes the sting off a little bit. Do that. That's kind of how it is. I think I do this a little smaller. I might have to make this hand a little larger. Do that. My friend and I did a thought experiment about how we'd fix High Guardian Spice. That's the other thing. It's very interesting to me how High Guardian Spice, for as terrible a show as that is, this arm is a little long, for as terrible a show as that is, it continues to inspire people to fix it, or like rewrite it, or redesign it. And I find that very interesting, because I think it shows that there is something to it. There is something creatively to it, where people want to put in the effort to kind of quote-unquote fix it, whereas like nobody is trying to fix Velma. Nobody is looking at Velma and going, oh, let's rewrite this so that it actually makes sense. Like nobody cares. Nobody cares about trying to fix Velma, because why would you, right? It's just a waste of talent and energy, quite frankly. I think the only solution here is to purchase a longsword and use yourself as reference. Yeah, clearly. Yeah, I don't think I have any friends with long swords. I have a friend with a compound bow, but I don't think he has any swords. Luckily, if I ever need reference of somebody with a compound bow, I can phone him up and just be like, hey, could you take a photo of yourself doing this? And then he can just, he can just like send it to me. But long swords, I don't think he has. It's kind of a niche hobby here because I think it's just difficult to find the parts in terms of like the swords themselves and the sword upkeep and things like that. Also, hold on, I'm like overheating. I need to just take off my jacket. Give me a sec, I'm just gonna mute my mic so you don't hear a bunch of like white noise. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. It's 6 degrees in my room at the moment, and I'm dying of cold. But as I'm drawing and as I'm talking and moving around and stuff, I heat up, and then I'm like, good lord, I'm now, I'm cooking in my jacket. Which is good, because 6 degrees, it's not enjoyable. It's not an enjoyable temperature to sit around in. It's so cold. Is it cold in South Africa? It's freezing. I think it's 6 degrees in my room. I know in Johannesburg at the moment, it's like 3 degrees, I think. This is Celsius. I think it's 3 degrees in Johannesburg. I know that in the Free State, I think it's like -5, -7 there at the moment. It's bad. It's really bad at the moment. And I know, like, is like some of you, even in the American Midwest, are probably like, "Oh, that's not too bad. You can handle that." Thing is, in my country, we don't have climate control in our houses. So whatever the temperature is outside, that's just kind of the temperature you have to cope with. Whatever it is outside, that's what it is in your house, and you just kind of have to deal with it. That's why it's such a nightmare. I'm hopping in from the Empty Movement Utena musical streams. What are you drawing? I'm drawing Lae'Zel, and that's actually something I wanted to mention. Empty Movement, who is... They're the website that have been doing Utena stuff for like over 20 years. They are actually doing a live stream where they are streaming the Utena musicals. But I didn't want to announce too much because I'm streaming. But... if you guys want to hop over there once the stream is done or so, I highly recommend it in case you wanted to see the Utena musicals. Because I believe it's the new ones. I don't think they're doing the old ones. Like the one from the 90s, I mean. Let's do that. I might have to move this hand a little bit because it might be in the wrong place. Yes, it is. There we go. Actually, let me just do this, and then I can grab another color, and I can just put where the sword is supposed to be. Again, apologies if you actually really care about sword play. The stream is not the place for me to figure out how to draw a sword properly, so I apologize. They just finished. Do you know if the streams will stay up, or are they going to delete them afterwards because of copyright or whatever? Do I use... I use Celsius. Everybody uses Celsius except America, and I think North Korea uses Fahrenheit. I think. That's not a joke. I think that's legit. If I remember correctly. There we go, yeah. So this finger goes here. There we go. That's good enough. Again, I can just hear people who care about swords just screaming at me. I'm very sorry. Because I think I have friends... like, I have real life friends who care about that sort of thing, so I sincerely apologize to them for my lack of sword knowledge. That's good enough, so this arm's gonna go there. Okay, so it's down here, so then her arm goes up there, like that. Again, horrible pose in terms of, like, actually holding a sword, but it's what we're gonna work with, so it's fine. Her arm should actually be more away from her body. They're a bit thin as well. Hold on. You know what the problem is? I think her head is too big. That's actually the problem. It's not that her hands and stuff are too small. It's actually just that her head is too big. Shrink that down a bit. There we go. There we go. Ovens and swimming pools are a weird range of certain things. Okay, for those that use freedom units, 6 Celsius is 42 Fahrenheit. Yeah, thank you for the conversion. Oh, you know what my problem is, I think I see why this is bothering me so much. It's because I want these to actually be like this. But yes, the my adventure with Superman is going along well. I'm not going to do season 2 anytime soon because I've said many streams by now. I want to move on to Husband Hotel, especially because I think there's a lot of interesting conversation that can be had there, as well as Velma season 2, which I'm gonna have to cover whether I like it or not. The covering isn't the painful part. The painful part is having to watch it. Like, that's the part that like really kills me inside, is that I have to watch part 2 of Velma. But I don't plan on covering it. Oops. I don't plan on covering it as in depth as I did season 1. Oops. Because I just think it's going to be more of the same from what I've seen. Just like the thumbnails I've seen. Because again, I've avoided people's videos on it because I want to form my own opinion. And it just kind of seems like more of the same. It's just more, if not worse, opinions about like adult animated shows. And Mindy Kaling's weird opinions about gender. And a lot of self-insert stuff, and her like talking about being an Indian person and such, and just like annoying the entire population of India. Because I see so many, just hunting for footage, I see so many TikToks and video posts of people who are Indian telling Mindy Kaling to shut up because she does not speak for them and they do not claim her. There's so many of those. It's actually really interesting. I should buff up her arm. She's very wiry, but she's strong. She's one of the tanks. There we go. Proportions may not be at their best today, but again, this is what we've got to work with, so we're all just gonna have to deal with it. Not every day can be a good art day. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Lots of Indian women are pissed at Mindy, and with good reason. Yeah, I've seen so many people, and like their reasons for why is quite interesting. Like the reasons they give is interesting. But again, similar to the as thing, I don't want to dunk on Mindy too much, because I once had a comment when I was going after Josie Campbell in the first part of my Adventures with Superman. I don't know if I mentioned this on a stream before, where I was so annoyed with the Sailor Moon transformation sequence for Clark, just because it completely kneecaps the emotional resonance of what that scene is supposed to be, that I basically directly talk to Josie as if she's listening, because she does this in every single cartoon she's worked on. Every single cartoon she's worked on has had like a Sailor Moon transformation scene. But I had some people comment on the video that they felt that was getting too close to like Lily Orchard territory, or even Mr. Enter territory, where you want like almost honest harm to come to the creators, which I mean that's not what I was doing. I was just yelling at them for a cartoon. But people were saying that it was kind of giving that vibe. So I kind of pulled back on going into Josie too hard for the next parts, because that's not the way I want to present my material. I don't want it to seem like I'm personally attacking the creators. It's just I want the right people to be held accountable for the story decisions that happen in shows. But I did try and kind of lean back from that a little bit, because I also don't want the audience of my YouTube videos to feel uncomfortable. Like, I'm actually upset at the real world people, when I'm not really. I'm annoyed, but I'm not sitting here calling for like a Twitter mob to go attack them. I mean, it's not that big a deal, right? Oh, thank you for the super chat, Kevin. Seapuff, I beg you, don't do it. Do everything before season 2 of Velma. Still would enjoy the video though. Yeah, I've had so many people tell me, good lord, season 2 of Velma is... Thank you, Avina. Season 2 of Velma is apparently so bad. It's apparently so bad. And I'm wondering, because I always wonder, like, whether what people find bad about it is something that's going to annoy me. Because sometimes there are things where I'm like, I can see how somebody else would get really upset about this, but I can see why it's bad, but it doesn't actually enrage me as much as it does somebody else, as it would somebody else. Okay, her hair is kind of pulled back. So it's like that. Kind of like that. And then it comes... She's got it all pulled back into, like, this bun here. And then she's got, like, the hair going under it. Okay. So it comes up like this. I don't normally block in the hair. I usually just go when it comes to hairstyles. But because I've never drawn her before... And I'm obviously on the struggle bus today. Let's block in the hair and do it properly this time. If you want to dunk on something, look up Lily Orchard's 100 tips for writing. No, I'm not going to invoke the name of Lily Orchard. I kind of just want her, you know, stay in her corner. I'm not interested in engaging. just stay over there and I'll stay over here, and never the two shall meet. I think the interesting thing about Velma Season 2 is the development part, where it's allegedly Season 1 split into a second one to pay the animation less. That happens all the time, though. That's almost standard practice in animation these days. Steven Universe was that way. My Adventure with Superman is that way. It happens more than it doesn't in the animation industry, where they will put in an order for one season, then they'll split that season in two, and before the quote-unquote second season has even aired, they'll have cancelled the show. And I saw My Adventure with Superman just got renewed for a season 3, and I saw Lee Cree, who worked on it, be super excited. And the reason why she's excited is because there was always going to be a season 2, because they already finished it, because it was part of the order for season 1. But for the show to get a season 3 is actually important, because it means Adult Swim. Adult Swim ordered a season 3, so that's actually a positive indicator for the show, because they actually had to order a season 3 versus a season 2, which they already had. They're just calling it season 2. Because that's how that works. And it's horrible and it's terrible. It's a horrible loophole that a lot of a lot of these release places like Cartoon Network and HBO, it's like a loophole they figured out on how to pay less to get more out of the things they order. It's really gross, but they've been doing it for like a decade now. It's really, really, really gross. I don't like it. I've heard of Lily Orchard, although I don't specifically know what she did. I'm a bit hesitant to ask. Lily Orchard is a YouTuber, and she has very, very bad takes. She's one of those people who openly calls for censorship if somebody ships characters that she disagrees with. She's one of those people who calls people who draw fan art of, like Invader Zim fan art of Zim and Dib kissing and things like that. She's the kind of person who will call that PDF file content, because a lot of people say, oh, Zim is actually an adult, and she will like say, oh, people who draw this ship art they're there for PDF files because of these fictional characters they draw. She's that kind of person, and she's very, very loud about that thing. She's also a raging hypocrite, because she's also written fanfic exactly like that herself. And also, she's just horrible in general. She's really mean towards other people. She is one of those, much like Boogie, who we were talking about earlier, she's kind of an eternal victim. She loves being a victim. And she just has really bad takes, and she doesn't always seem to understand the media she's criticizing. She did like a 2-hour video on Steven Universe. I don't really like Steven Universe, but her 2-hour video on Steven Universe is... It's quite something. It's quite something. Let me put it that way. If you want to know about Lily, then check out Sai Scribbles. She's been covering her for a bit with her recent antics. I'm not familiar with that creator. How would I refer to you? HJ Fires. I tend to give people just like shortened nicknames. I don't know why I do that. But in short, she's crazy and reviews children's stuff while throwing in politics and misunderstanding most of what she talks about. Yeah, that's a good summation. She is one of those people who throws politics into absolutely everything. She's one of those people who will unironically say that everything is political. Like, all art is political. She's one of those. And she's really angry and combative, like, all the time. Point is, she isn't really somebody that I would want to invoke. As I said, she can kind of just stay in her corner, because I don't want to have anything to do with that, quite frankly. I'm not interested. It just sounds like a headache. She single-handedly turned people against Steven Universe until people called her out for it. Yeah, that too. She did do that. But yes, I forget how we were talking about her. Sometimes I worry when we discuss other content creators in these streams. It's probably just me overthinking, but I often worry that they'll like catch wind that I had something to say about them when it's just like an honest opinion, which is all I ever say. I mean, this is all opinion, right? But I worry they'll hear me be critical in like a live stream and like crawl into my DMs and be like, excuse me, I heard somebody who was in your live chat hear you say X, Y, and Z, right? And then I'm like, oh no, please, I'm just stating an opinion. I'm like concerned about that. But I think it's just overthinking, because I overthink a lot. I really struggle with that kind of thing. Now, she also has long hair. Yeah, I can't really see how long it is. Her armor is in the way, but she kind of has long hair. So I'm just going to draw some of it. I actually have a braid brush, which I'm going to cheat with in a moment. But I do kind of want to map out where her hair is supposed to be. I'm pretty certain you can just ignore people like that. Yeah, but as I say, I overthink things a lot, and it is something I'm concerned about, because I don't think it's a good idea to call somebody else out on YouTube. Especially, I've been seeing that a lot. I think it's ever since H Bomber Guy did his video on plagiarism. Suddenly, a lot of people came out of the woodwork trying to cancel other YouTubers they didn't like. And almost every single person who's tried it has like committed borderline career suicide on YouTube. Just because it essentially boils down to, I don't like this person, so let me try and find justifiable reasons as to why they should be cancelled. Like, that's what it boils down to every single time. And it's like, doing the whole like, this person on YouTube is bad and you shouldn't watch them, unless you're doing like an actual research documentary, it's just not a good idea. Do more hair here. I don't think I'm going to draw her in her armor. I'm going to cheat and put her in her camp clothing, just because I don't feel like trying to concentrate on drawing armor while I'm on live stream. This stream is already a bit of a mess, so I'm not going to tax myself too much. You hope you don't get cancelled too. In praise of Shadow's attempt to bring down so many people in one video segment and got sent to the Shadow Realm as a result. That was quite upsetting to me, because I was actually subbed to him. I hadn't watched a lot of his recent stuff, but he did a video on, I forget the man's, I don't forget the man's name, I forget how to pronounce it. I don't know if my friend is in chat who's Polish. The Polish nightmare artist. What was his name again? I want to say it's not Kledinsky. That's not it at all. Not only am I terrible with names, now I have to try and remember how to say Polish surnames. But yes, I actually quite liked videos he'd done in the past. And what's interesting is, right, his terrible video on The Hills Have Eyes, which is a terrible video, make no mistake, I actually found that video quite useful in a way that he didn't intend, which was because I'm not American. The whole way that America has treated Appalachia and the people from Appalachia, and like that whole being forgotten by the government, and that like that whole history of that part of the country, I didn't know any of that. So even though his video is objectively terrible, I still found it valuable to some degree because it did alert me to a part of American history that I had absolutely no clue about. And I looked into it a little bit more and listened to other people's podcasts talking about it, and it's genuinely just really, really interesting to me. So even though it was a terrible video, there was some value to it at least. But that was kind of just in my case. I don't know whether that would be true for other people. Oh, thank you. Beksinski. Is it Beksinski? Beksinski. I was close. I was very close. Okay, I also don't know whether I'm going to draw the sword. I might just try and grab a PNG of it and just trace over it, because trying to draw weapons is not my strong point. Let's do the hair. It's in here somewhere. Let's see. Here it is. Let's wait for it to load. Bentinsky, is that how you say it? Betinsky? Ah, here we go. But yes, in Praise of Shadows, I did actually like his content, but I had to unsub from him, and the reason being, right, is not so much, oh, how dare he go after this creator, but mostly because after that video, how can I take anything he makes after it seriously? Right? He's ruined his credibility, because in my mind, it's like, well, if he's being untruthful about all these things, what else is he being untruthful about? Right? How else is his political opinions coloring his documentary videos that he makes about things? And I really like history, right? I really, really enjoy history. And a bad historian is somebody who comes to evidence with a preconceived conclusion already in mind. That is the mark of a bad historian. A good historian or archaeologist comes to whatever it is they're excavating and accepting what they find as evidence of what it is they find. They don't come in with something they already want to prove and then look for proof to make it true. That's not how that works. It's not how any of this works. So, again, I had to unsub from him because, he's not doing his due diligence of just being honest. And I can't trust his research. That's what it boils down to, is I can't trust the research of somebody who does that. So even if you're like, I don't care about Wendigoon, I don't care about YouTuber drama, I don't care about who came after who, I still have to, I can't watch his content anymore, because it's just kind of, I can't trust it. What is what here? I'm getting confused with my own braids. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, so that one's on top. Does it remain on top? Yes, it remains on top. So this one is the one I should erase. Okay. Have you ever watched the YouTube documentation called Folding Ideas? He's great, mostly goes after bigger players like NFTs and grifters, and also has older videos about media analysis. I think I've watched one or two of his videos, but not enough to sub to him. Was he the one that did a very good video about the Nostalgia Critics review of Pink Floyd's The Wall? I know a lot of people covered that review, but there was somebody, it was either Folding Ideas or Folding Tables. I don't know the band's name. But somebody did an excellent takedown that was more about why Pink Floyd's The Wall is as impactful as it is. It was more talking about Pink Floyd than it was talking about the Nostalgia Critic. It was him? Okay, cool. That video I found fascinating, but oof, that hurt me emotionally so badly. Not because of his video per se, but because of Pink Floyd's The Wall. It's just such a grueling piece of media. It's so emotionally devastating. Oh, thank you, Avina. I'm doing my part. You know what, Shire? You're joking. How come I can't heart this? Wait. Phone, help, I need to heart this person's super chat. Why won't you let me heart it? Oh, it's because it's there. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Shire, you're joking, but I'm actually using that clip in the upcoming video. There's like a part where I literally use the I'm doing my part clip. Just because it's so versatile. It's one of those clips you can use it for so many things. Because it just kind of remains evergreen. You can always use that for something. Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. There's a great video. Somebody made like a music mix of the Nostalgia Critic, which is great. But I'm not going to play it because I don't have it on hand. Unlike, you know, the Red Letter Media shitpost video I was playing. That I have ready to go at a moment's notice just because I like it so much. There's like a whole video that goes along with it. I should actually play that just because it's so funny. I'll play that once I'm done drawing and we can have a look at that. And you guys can like give the actual artist of the song a little bit, some love. Because that video is not as popular as it should be. It's one of those videos that only has like a few thousand watches. And you're like, how have not more people watched this? Because this is incredible. Okay, now I want to do this. Put in like the clips just so I don't get confused with the hair here. Oops, that's too thick. Oh, I'm on yeah, no, is G Pen or G Real the one I want? I think G Pen. Yes, G Pen. Pink Floyd The Wall is experimental cinema, and what may have screwed Nostalgia Critic over is that it was unclear whether he took the film at a narrative face value or not. I've thought a lot about why the Nostalgia Critic, like, very, very badly missed the point of The Wall. And I think it's just because I had a very uncharitable opinion at first, where I'm like, The Wall is very, very raw emotionally. And I just wondered if the Nostalgia Critic was unable to engage with it because it is so emotionally painful. So in order to avoid any actual emotion he might have triggered by the film, he had to almost degrade it in his review to avoid a lot of the uncomfortable things that the movie deals with. But with time, I don't think that's actually what's going on. I think it's much more likely that it's Occam's razor, where he was just kind of looking at it as fodder for his review series without really taking a moment to step back and consider what the movie means and take into account why it was made, what it's about, and what experiences it's trying to communicate to its audience. He kind of only looked at it from the perspective of something he could make a review on, rather than looking at it with emotional integrity as to, I forget the man's name, but it's not Waters. John Waters, somebody else entirely. But the lead singer of Pink Floyd, I think, why he made that album. And it was essentially him giving himself therapy for his childhood, which was growing up in post-World War II England. That's what the album's about. And it's extremely painful. It's about his father dying in World War II. It's about him having to come to terms with that. It's all of that. That's what the album is about. And I just think that the Nostalgia Critic, when he made that video, did not engage with why the album was made so much as he was looking at something that he could make a video over, which is not good. Mark Waters, was I right on the Waters part? Because John Waters is somebody completely different. You think that's overanalyzing? You think so? Yeah, he just wanted to make a parody review. But that's what I mean. He just wanted to make a parody review, and he didn't take a moment to step back and look at what it was he was making his parody review about. And I think that's why a lot of people had such a problem with it, because The Wall is this exceptionally personal project by Roger Waters, thank you, that is his childhood and his trauma and what he had to live with growing up, and what the entire album is about. And the Nostalgia Critic, as you say, he just wanted to make a parody review. And it's like, dude, there are many things you can make a parody review over, this was not it. This is not the kind of thing you just make a funny joke, haha, review over, because it's disingenuous to what the conversation about the album in this case. I know it's a movie, but it was an album first. Like, the reasoning behind that album, you can't ignore what it was because it's baked into the film. And the film is not subtle about it. It's not that it's this hidden meaning that you have to like use divination to understand what's going on. The themes of the movie are very, very blatant. And I think nobody who works with the Nostalgia Critic took a moment to go, guys, maybe this isn't the thing to make a jokey haha review about. Maybe this one is not it. And I think that's what it boils down to. It's just nobody took a moment to just step back and go, maybe we don't with this one. It's like making a comedy review about Mouse, the comic. Yeah, the first part where you were... Sorry, I missed... Let me just scroll back up. My phone is not having it today. Hold on. Yeah, the first part where you were talking about him coping was overanalyzing. The Occam's razor, I agree with. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, it was a very uncharitable opinion in my... like that first part where I was like, oh, he's just unwilling to engage with it emotionally. It's like, no, I think he just wasn't thinking about it deep enough, quite frankly. I don't think it comes from a place of maliciousness. I think it comes from a place of stupidity where, you know, that's one of those rules too. Never suspect malice when stupidity will suffice, which is a rule I try my best to live by, because you'll be shocked at how often that is indeed the case. He did do heavy metal as a crossover with Diamanda Hagen. Oh, did he? I don't know if I ever saw that one. I actually quite like Diamanda Hagen. I haven't watched her in a while, but I really like her content. I think she's really funny. And I kind of like the low budget angle of her videos. I kind of like how rough around the edges they are. I just think she's funny. I genuinely just think she's funny. I haven't watched her in a while though. She did like a video series on the Franklin expedition, which isn't a piece of media, it's an actual historical thing. And her videos on the Franklin expedition were really fascinating. I really love that series. Stupidity is worse than malice. It's the stupid people you have to worry about. I suppose so, but I mean, like, in the cases of, like, the Nostalgia Critic, I don't think, even though that was originally what I thought, I don't think it's maliciousness. I think it's just genuine stupidity. Not even, like, stupidity, like, being a stupid person. It's just, like, not thinking things through all the way and being like, maybe not. Which again, I'm thinking back on my adventure with Superman. There are some things where, I think I say it in one point, where I'm like, I very obviously, if you've been to my streams, you know I overthink a lot of things. I overthink things quite badly. It's part of like the anxiety, right? And so it's really, really confusing to me that a lot of people don't think things through that much. They don't think about things that in depth. And I kind of have to remind myself, some people don't do that. Some people don't overthink. Some people don't like go that deep about things. And I mentioned that in the upcoming My Adventure with Superman review, where I'm like, why are these people not doing a little bit more research into certain things? Because me just making a script for the video, I made sure to research things. So I don't understand why they're so like complacent with just being like, it's fine. We don't have to like actually try that hard. It's fine. Did I manage to fix my gaming laptop? It is functional. What happened is the hinge on the screen is broken. And the thing is, nobody in my country stocks a replacement part for the backboard. So the computer repair guys had to order it from America. But it's taking an age to get here because it has to get here like via Hong Kong or Germany or something. So the ETA is like August. And my friend is busy playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the second time. She's already finished it. She's playing it a second time. And she's like telling me all about it. So I'm just like losing my mind more and more and more as she's telling me all the cool things she's doing. So I went to my computer guy and I was like, dude, you gotta help me here, please. I am losing my mind. I haven't played video games in like 2 months. You need to help me. So what he did was, I actually have a photo. What he did was, he at first tried different adhesives and none of them were working. So eventually he just took a drill and drilled a hole in the bottom of the backboard of the screen so that he could use a screw and a bolt to fix that sucker in place, just so that the screen will like stay in one place. So it's working now in that I can play it. But as I said before, it's also a Frankenstein of 2 laptops because one of them died and the other one was barely functional in the first place. So I Frankensteined the 2 of them together into one functional laptop. So interpret that as you will in terms of, is my laptop functional now? The answer is yes, but like yes asterisk. Where's this photo? It's not that one. It's not that one. Where on earth? Ah, here it is. Let's wait for that to load. Copy image. And then I'll just zoom out so you guys can see. Paste. Oops. Just put that on the top layer. So that's what it looks like. So here, they just bolted this down so that the hinge stays in place. And we're still waiting for the part in the mail. We are still waiting for it. But until then, the laptop can play. The laptop is functional. So I'm happy because I can finally play more Baldur's Gate. Thank goodness. Because I was genuinely losing my mind. The Franken laptop, yeah, exactly. It's an absolute chimera. It's got like the brains of the gaming laptop, but the case of the older laptop and the battery of the older laptop. It's a complete chimera of both. Which again, hey, as long as it works. Baldur's Gate doesn't run as smoothly on this one as it did on the other laptop, but again, I'm on like Act 3. And it's mainly because there's like 5,000 NPCs walking around. So it's like dragging down performance. But it plays. That's all I'm concerned about is, does the game play? So I'm happy. I'll take it. I will take it at this point. Funny you should mention laptop problems when I'm considering selling my old one. I'm very glad I hung on to the other laptop that I've now Frankenstein together from the gaming laptop. Because otherwise I would have to get like a brand new one. Because the gaming laptop, everything was dead. The battery was dead. The screen was dead. The keyboard was dead. The trackpad was dead. One of the vents was dead. My friend gave it to me as a gift and I adored it for that. And I'm very sad that we couldn't save it. But that thing was on life support. And it had been on life support for quite a while. And it was just a mercy to kind of let it go. But as I said, its SSD drive is now in the new case, and I think there's 1 or 2 parts that are also in the new case now, so it's still with us in spirit. I think that's everything. Yes. Okay, let's do her outfit. I'm gonna put her camp clothing on because I just don't feel like drawing her extremely intricate armor when I'm trying to like talk to chat at the same time. I love Frankensteining tech, not merch. I love Frankensteining tech, makes me feel like a steampunk mechanic. That's kind of what I felt. I'm like, well, it's kind of steampunk. Let me see if I can get a picture of Lae'Zel in her camp outfit. Hold on. Let's go here. Lae'Zel camp clothing. Oh, here we go. Somebody did like a reference capture for it. Let's go back to here, and I'm gonna make a new thing for it. New. Yeah, it's fine. Just whatever. There we go. Some reference. Not to sound like an elitist, but this is why I prefer desktop PCs. I am maybe considering getting one. The thing is though, right, I'm trying to possibly get work overseas, and that's kind of the reason why I've avoided getting a desktop setup in all this time, but it's at the point now where I'm considering maybe I should just bite the bullet and get one, because of situations like this, and at least I could sell it if I do eventually have to move. But that's kind of the reasoning why I haven't gotten one yet, because it is true, like, getting a desktop would just kind of make everything kind of a lot easier. Don't mind me just playing some Armored Core 6. Nice. It makes me feel more like a Warhammer tech priest praying to the Omnisire and singing the hymns of maintenance while applying the sacred thermal paste. But yeah, the PC thing maybe eventually, but not right now. Just because, again, I'm looking into career prospects and things like that. It's not on the table yet, but I have some phone calls to make Monday because of I need to contact the job placement guy because he is dragging his heels and not communicating with me properly. But other than that, as far as remote work goes, things are going relatively well. I'm trying to think how much I can say without breaking NDA. I hate NDA. I fully understand NDA. I 100% understand its function. I understand why it's there. And I always make sure to adhere to it. It just sucks when you want to like talk about things and you want to tell people about all these cool things, but you can't because you're on NDA. That's what sucks about NDA. Thanks for the super chat, Catharsis. I'm doing my part too. And all the soldiers look at the kid and they like laugh like, ah. Starship Troopers is such a good movie. It's such a good film. Oh, she's got like a circle here. She's got like a circle that all the belts connect to. Like that. And then this connects to there. And this connects there. The CNC path stands for career. Is the stream cutting in and out for anyone else? No, that's me. That's on my side. Am I still online? Just let me know. As I said, I've been having weird connection issues. I don't even know how I'm connected at the moment. So just let me know if you guys lose me, and I'll try and finagle it. Otherwise, I'll once again have to give you guys a bonus stream to make up for this bonus stream. Computers are like cars. When it breaks, you never know the problem until it just works. Yeah, exactly. She's wearing shibari. No, she's not. She's wearing whatever the hell this outfit is. Thank you, Navina. Surely your booba studies have taught you this much. I need to do, like, and ironically, I have to draw more VTubers to get better at the booba. If you weren't here last stream, that's something I'm actually not very good at. And it's partially because of the kind of things I've been drawing for most of my life. Always things like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or My Little Pony or Invadism. And like all these non-human characters. And although I tend to do pretty good at male anatomy, I actually struggle with female anatomy quite a bit. And I need to get better specifically with drawing breasts. Because I really struggle with that. Partially, I think, because it's not attached to any skeletal structure. So it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around it. So we were saying in the last stream that I need to draw like more VTubers. Just to kind of get better at that. No, I'm fine with bonus streams. Yeah. You say that every stream. That's true. That's like the ADHD brain. That's a big part of my editing my videos actually, is catching where I just say the same thing like 2 or 3 times in a row. Because what happens is I want to clarify what I said. So I try and think of a way where I can kind of elaborate on what I was saying. But then I realized the way I said something the first time was the best way to express what I was thinking. So then I just end up saying the same thing twice. So a lot of my editing is catching where I do that and just like ripping out paragraphs and being like, no, that's not necessary. That's not necessary to say. That's not necessary to say. So most of the editing is like just that. I'm the opposite. Good female anatomy, not good at male anatomy. Yeah, I heard in like when I was at Van Arts, this was a few years ago, apparently that's kind of a thing. Like people will be good at like one gender, I guess, anatomy, but not the other. That's apparently quite common. Careful with such sentences. You don't want to break Redditor brains. I don't think this goes all the way around. No, it just kind of, it comes around here and then it goes up like that. Okay, cool. Like that. And then it comes here, so she has like extra things here, and then she has like studs here. Like that. Oh my god, I watched this Demon VTuber. I could hardly survive for 10 minutes. They had to watch 3 episodes of Nichijou to somehow calm down again. How am I at drawing robots mecha? You know what? When I try and draw robots in mecha, I end up making them quite organic. I end up rounding a lot of their shapes just because it's a little easier for me to understand what's going on there. Which I know is not really how you're supposed to do it, but that's kind of the cheat workaround that I've found. So I don't want to say I'm any good at it because I like chibify, I guess is the best way to put it. Because yeah, I'm not super great at geometric shapes, like in perspective specifically. That's why I think I said this in the community post. I love anime that hand draws its mecha. But I've kind of had to accept that we're not going to get a lot of that moving into the future because hand drawing mecha is like one of the most, it's like one of the easiest ways for your animator to just die, like actually physically die, just because of the egregious amounts of work and time that goes into making that mecha look that way. And at the end of the day, you don't want your animators to die from being overworked. So I've just kind of had to accept the fact that we're not going to get a lot of like 2D mecha. I think the last 2D mecha I saw was actually in Pop Team Epic, where they made a joke about Obari and like the kind of mecha and characters he would draw, and they actually got Obari himself. So there's this entire 2D mecha fight in Pop Team Epic for no reason other than a shitpost. It's really funny. Are you familiar with an artist named Cosberry? He did some amazing art of the Super Mario Bros. Movie done in Don Bluth style. Oh yes, I know who you're talking about. I was about to say that name sounds familiar, but I don't know why. I know who you mean. I used to follow them on DeviantArt. Since I'm no longer on DeviantArt, I haven't really managed to track them down again. But that's like their entire shtick, because they used to do FNAF art in the Don Bluth style, which was really cool. It actually looked really good. Okay, her arms are bare, and she just has like a belt, so I'm gonna draw the belts as well. I'm like overheating here. I know it's only 6 degrees, but this is what happens when I'm on stream and I'm like talking and, you know, wiggling around and stuff. You're thinking of Patlabor? Patlabor is so good. I love Patlabor so much. It's so good. So good. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say my favorite mecha anime, but it's up there. It's like way up there. I think I said this last time too. I want to get back to watching Code Geass, because I watched season 1 and I started season 2, but I needed a break. And now I can't fully remember everything that happened in season 1, so now I'm going to have to rewatch the whole thing. But I've been catching up on Dungeon Meshi, which I'm now caught up on. And I'm now waiting out hiatus with everybody else. Dungeon Meshi is so good. What an absolutely phenomenal anime series that is. It like makes me insane. It's so good. Not even just in terms of the story and the character writing, but just the animation style. And I mean, I know it's Trigger, right? Excuse me, hiccup. I know it's Trigger. So we almost take Trigger for granted. We almost take for granted the fact that anything Studio Trigger puts out is going to be some of the best animation you've seen in anime. And although that is true, that doesn't change the fact that the animation in Dungeon Meshi is just completely off the wall. It's so insanely well done. Here's a question. Did they give her a navel? That's actually an interesting question that nobody asked except me. I don't have any art of her where she's not wearing her pants, because I know that you can see her like her full body model. I'm not going to go looking for it right this second. But I'm actually really wondering if they gave her a navel. And the reason I'm wondering if you don't play Baldur's Gate is the Githyanki come from eggs. So now I'm really curious, because I never thought about that before. If you're into Code Geass, have you considered checking the reboot movies? I might, but I feel like I want to watch the original first before I go into like the reboot movies. I'm one of those people where sometimes I'll watch a movie, but I prefer watching a TV series to see the original that people loved, like what it was about the TV series that originally made people fall in love with the anime. The only ones where I've done the movies instead of the TV series is the very first Gundam. I've watched movie 1. I need to watch movie 2 and 3. But the very first Gundam, I'm watching the movies instead of the TV show because I think there's like 50 episodes. And the movies are just the condensed TV show anyway. And the other one where I did the movie instead of the TV show is the original Macross. And the Macross movie is so good. It is so shockingly amazing. I might actually sit down and try my best to watch the entire TV series just because the movie was so good. But in terms of animation and character design and plot and even just pacing, I was really, really blown away by that film. But otherwise, I do my best to kind of watch the TV show rather than watch like the movie, because I've seen so often people will be like, I don't want to watch an entire TV show for my YouTube channel, so I decided to check out the movie. And then the movie would be a gross misrepresentation of what the TV show is like. Like, it'll just not be a good way for somebody to experience what the show is and why people like it. It's like people who are like, oh, I want to watch Revolutionary Girl Utena, but I don't want to watch all 39 episodes. I'm just going to watch the movie. And it's like, that's not going to help you. That's not going to help you at all. So I just kind of want to check out the source material, as it were. Okay, now I think we can turn this one off, and then we can just give her markings. Again, I'm going to cheat with the sword. I'm just going to bring in a PNG and basically trace over it. Because I'm terrible at weaponry, and trying to do something I'm very bad at while on stream is a little difficult because I'm like trying to talk and draw at the same time. A lot of people like the condensed Gundam movies more than the OG series. I can see why after buying the Zeta Gundam series discs. Yeah, because the thing is, I also have this disease where I'm like, oh, I want to get into this TV series. I better start right at the beginning. So I want to check out like Gundam Wing and Gundam Zeta and like all the ones that people say are really, really good. But in my stupid brain, I'm like, I have to start with like Gundam 0079 before I can check out all the ones people say are good. I don't know why. I don't know if other people have that problem as well. Like, I'm trying to watch Macross. I think I said this last time. I'm trying to watch Macross 7. Because I really like the music for Macross 7. But I'm finding it very, very slow to begin with. But I feel I can't move on to other Macross series until I've actually watched Macross 7. Because I feel like, oh, I need context. I can't just move on. I need to watch them in order, even though that's probably not... It's probably not... needed? Necessary, that's the word I'm looking for. Why trace? Just leave it as a PNG. It looks good enough for streaming. You know what? I think we did this once before, where instead of like doing that, we literally just grab like a PNG, like one of those horrible PNGs that they didn't remove, that it doesn't have transparency, and then just leave that. I think we did that for one of the High Guardian Spy streams. Hold on. A GIF great sword. And we just kind of leave that and be like, oh yeah, no, I totally drew that. Let me actually search with Google instead of Ecosha. Because sometimes Google gives better results than Ecosia. It's showing me a lot of the in-game, what do you call it? Like the icon? Let's wait for it to load. That's not a GIF. That's the Dragon Slayer from Berserk. Why are you showing me that? I'm getting a lot of results, but it's mainly, like I said, it's just the icon. Let me see if I just type in GIF Greatsword. I mean, it's got the GIF Yankee Silver Sword. I guess we can use that. It's more like a saber, though. It's not the one I wanted, but I might have to just settle. Paste it in there. Go back to live stream. Superman Adventures now has a second season for you to tear into. Yeah, I know it's got a second season, and it's just been renewed for a third season. I was talking a little bit about that earlier, where I was saying it was always going to have a second season because it's one of those shows where they just split the first season in two, so that Adult Swim only had to pay for one season, but it could market it as two seasons. But it's just been renewed for a season 3, which is actually much more important because it means that season 1 and 2 did well enough for Adult Swim to feel it was worth their money investing in ordering a third season. Because Berserk is great. Yeah, I guess that's true. Lae'Zel wielding bread. That would actually be very funny. It would be funny, but it would require so much like meta knowledge of what the hell goes on in these streams. Okay, go away for a second. Let me do her markings first. Let's do this one first. Okay. So she has like the really intense eyeshadow, and then she's got the like whatever the hell these are. Do that. Do that. Do it. It got renewed? Yeah. My Adventures with Superman, I just saw Lee Cree, who was a character designer. She posted on her Tumblr that it just got renewed for a third season. Is this a lo-fi version of Dialga's fight to the finish? Where'd you find this? This is a playlist called Synth Tendo, which I found on YouTube. I have it linked in the video description if you guys want to check it out later. I try my best to like link everything, although I didn't link because I didn't mean to start with the hack fraud song, but I'll show you guys the video for that once I'm done. We can watch that together just because it's so funny. She also has a scar. I remember that quite clearly because I was trying to figure out which side of her face the scar was on earlier. Do that. Here we go. I think that's Temporal Spire. You mean the sword? You can't believe Lee Cree broke India? Nah, she didn't. Nah, she didn't. She was just excited because she was like, woo, we're renewed. I don't know whether she's still working on the show, though. It's also difficult, right? Because I think that although I have issues with some of the visuals in My Adventure with Superman, my issue with the visuals, from what I can understand and from what me and my friend have discussed, the visual issues in My Adventure with Superman all seem to boil down to storyboarding. And I think aside from that, a lot of the art in the show is actually really good. And so it's difficult because I'm being very critical of the show. But I also feel that people like Lee Cree actually did a really, really good job on the show. And it's difficult because I don't want my criticism of certain parts of the visuals to make it come across as if I have an issue with every single visual artist that worked on the show. Where it's like, no, a lot of them did a really, really good job. But a lot of the other parts of the visuals in the show kind of let down the people that did that good job. And most of those issues lie with storyboarding more than anything else. There's like a weird animation as well, but I don't think that is because of its bad animation. I think the problem there is crunch. It feels to me as if this was due to a delay. This is because we weren't really sure if this show was going to come out at all, because it was being bounced back and forth between Adult Swim and HBO Max, I think is what it was supposed to come out on originally, but then they cancelled it, and then they had to like figure out whether they could sell the show to Adult Swim, and then Adult Swim okayed the show, so it was kind of in limbo for a while, and I think that really affected development of the show. The music playing, it's not Primal Dialga's boss theme, it's the stage he's in. Ah, okay. I'm big on character design, so I really do not like so many of the character designs are just blatantly stolen from other media. You guys want to see something crazy? I'm going to put it in the video itself because my jaw was on the floor when I saw this. Just a heads up, if you're working for a studio, even if you're just making a joke, even if you're just kind of poking fun at criticism about the show you're working on, don't say things like this on Twitter, because then assholes like me are going to find it, and they're going to point it out as something you said. So I didn't censor his name, but I did censor the person asking. So this is one of the character designers, I believe, and they said, Season 2, Episode 9 of My Adventures with Superman, Pierce the Heavens, Superman airs midnight on Toonami, directed by blah blah blah, and written by me. A lot of stuff happens. Here's the first sketches of Super Brainiac I did for Do Hwang Art, who designed him into the man he is today, okay? And this design, which is a cool design, I like this, I think this is very cool. Like, no problem here, whatever. So check this. So then somebody says, was this design based on Sukuna? And his answer is, we only steal from old anime. Like, it's a joke. He's trying to be funny, but this is not the kind of joke you want to be making on social media when there is already a lot of criticism flung at your show for blatantly copying anime. Like, that is a very, very heavy criticism people have about the show. So, like, I understand this is a joke. I understand your lampshading. But now people like me who are making, like, breakdowns of the show are going to find you saying things like this. And it's like, am I supposed to pretend you didn't say this? Am I supposed to pretend that you guys aren't aware of the criticism that your show is getting? Am I supposed to pretend that this isn't a thing you are consciously doing? Who was it? Was it somebody? It might have been Mr. Enter, which, again, Mr. Enter is not the greatest reviewer, but he has a great quote where he goes, "It's wrong, you knew it was wrong, and yet you did it anyway." And this is kind of what that boils down to. It's like, you guys know what you're doing. You understand what you're doing is creatively bankrupt, and instead of, like, improving, you're trying to, like, lampshade the fact that that's something you're doing. You're trying to, like, joke about the fact that that's something you're doing. And it's like, buddy, this isn't the joke you think it is. This isn't like, haha, we only steal from old anime. It's like, dude, but you're doing that. That's a thing you're doing. That's not a joke. That's a statement of fact. Anyway, so that's a tweet I found, and I was like, oh no. Oh no, that's so bad. Don't say that, dude. Don't make jokes like that on social media. You know? Don't do that. It's not a good look. I don't know whether he was pissy because this person was asking him once again whether they took their design from somewhere else, and he was just annoyed at hearing that accusation so often, so he decided to lampshade it. But no. Just no. Bad idea. Bad idea. Don't do it. Why bother pointing out bad things about you if you're not going to do anything about it? Yeah, it's like, again, it's one thing to be like, Yeah, we kind of didn't realize how bad that looked. We were just kind of we were having fun with the show, and we were having fun referencing things we liked, and we didn't really sit back and realize what it was doing to the show we were working on until people pointed it out. But now, after people have pointed it out, you just come across as being like pissy, and being like, oh, we don't, it's like being annoyed that that's a criticism that a lot of people have about your show. So you're just trying to be like petulant about it, and it's not a good look. It's just not a good look, right? Even if you want to make that joke, don't make it in social media where everybody can see it, because it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on you. Not a good idea. Anyway, so that's something I found, and I was like, ugh. Not good. Let's grab this and do that. And do the same to these markings. I think they're also just... No, they're not black. I actually saw they're like a strange darker brown. Yeah, they're almost the same color as her hair. I think they are the same color as her hair, actually. Don't necessarily take my word for it, but Disney may be facing the same problem due to no longer having the genius stable of storyboard artists from the Beauty and the Beast and Lion King days. They thought of Wish being written by AI ends up plausible if the studio isn't respecting the writing and staging part of the animation process. Me and my friend were talking about this because he's a storyboarder. That's what he does for a living, right? Because I'm not a storyboarder. It's not a skill set I have. And that's why I defer to his knowledge a lot on this matter, because he has the same knowledge I do, but he's just better in the application of the process. And he was saying a big problem that a lot of American cartoon studios have is they're very bloated when it comes to production, and especially when it comes to storyboarding. And he had like a full breakdown, and he said it's something I should talk about in an upcoming video, because I've already written the script and started editing on My Adventure with Superman. But just how the big problem with storyboarders is they lack draftsmanship. That is like the major problem, is they use so many shortcuts that they end up kneecapping the quality of their own products, because they are so heavily reliant on these shortcuts which are supposed to make production flow smoother. But as a result, it just creates this massive bloat in production, which slows things down and causes problems, especially in the visual department. And he says that in the clips of My Adventure with Superman I've shown him, because he didn't watch the show himself. The reason he didn't watch the show is because he's a massive Superman fan. He loves DC, so he had no interest in watching the show. And he was saying, as a storyboarder, he could like point out the exact problems in production that was causing the boards to look the way they do. And it breaks down to a draftsmanship and over-reliance on tools that are meant to speed up production, but actually cause more problems than they solve. Is Supergirl gonna show up? She's in season 2. In fact, I pulled this up last time, but we can look at it again just because it's so egregious. Kara is in season 2. I actually like the concept of what they did with Kara, where she is the villain of the second season. I actually like that. I think it's a very interesting direction to take the story in. I think it's much like Clark being unable to understand the Jor-El AI and how that kind of changes everything. I like the concept of Kara coming in as a quote-unquote bad guy who is trying to expand the Kryptonian Empire. Like, I like the concept. I think it's a really cool idea. They've just once again dropped the ball in terms of character design because they can't help themselves. Where is it? Am I going to have to show it one by one? I might have to show it one by one. So this is Kara's civilian outfit. And if you know anything about anything, you might find it a little familiar. And the reason you might find it a little familiar is because this is Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z. So, yeah. They're staying the course in terms of how they design their characters, and it's frustrating. It's exceptionally frustrating because they're doing it with like their main characters. They're not doing it as like funny background gags, which that annoys me, but it's not really a problem. It just annoys me. But they're now doing it with like main character designs, and it's not even as if they're like referencing obscure things that nobody else has heard of. They're like referencing one of the biggest, if not the biggest, anime series to ever exist. Internal scream. Her hairstyle reminds you of something. Her hairstyle reminds you of Major. Not Makoto. No, it's not Makoto. That's from Sailor Moon. What's her name? The Major. She's got the same haircut as the Major, and I've actually got images. I'm not going to put that in the video because it's a bit of a reach, but she legit just has... Oh, here's the image I was looking for. She legit just has the haircut of the Major. Where is... I have a picture of the Major. Where is she? Here she is. This is a figurine, but it's good enough. Motoko, thank you. So there's the Major, Motoko Kusanagi, and there is Kara. So yeah, if you're wondering why her haircut looks familiar, that's why. The Karen haircut. But yeah, and again, it's one of those things where I would not have looked at that twice, but the fact that they keep doing this means that I can't give them the benefit of the doubt that it's just a coincidence. You know, if the rest of the show had nothing to do with lifting from other anime, or it did so in very subtle ways, I would not say anything about it. But the fact that they're so blatant with lifting visuals directly from other anime, I can't help but look at that uncharitably, because they just keep doing it. They just keep doing it from over and over. And they're like, oh, it's a reference, it's a homage. I'm like, no, it's blatant stealing. It's not a homage. That's not what the word homage means. But it gives me, in the video itself, it gives me the opportunity to talk about Godzilla -1 for a while. So that's fine. Because most often my videos, I use it as an excuse to talk about things I actually like. I will like Trojan horse a media that I'm actually very fond of in these videos where I'm criticizing things, to have an excuse to talk about things that I actually like. I do that quite often, where I'm like, let's talk about this thing I like for a while. The Kingdom Hearts reference is too much. Yeah, the Kingdom Hearts reference, that one was painful as well. I'm not even the biggest Kingdom Hearts fan. I've played 1 and 2, but that one is just... I saw somebody in the video say they didn't even have the decency to make the Earth of the Kingdom Hearts reference be like Earth 13 or something. So they only like half committed to the reference anyway. But the fact that they did it in the first place is just kind of painful. Which is very fair. Let's just be happy. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Here we go. Turn that off just so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Actually, let me lock these so I don't draw on the wrong layer, because I can already tell I'm in danger of doing that. The reference wasn't simple and clean. Shut up. Shut up, that's so funny. Wait, the Kingdom Hearts reference? Yeah, this one where Lois looks at all the like alternative universe Loises on the computer, and one of the Loises she sees is literally just Kairi from Kingdom Hearts. Like, there's like no confusion about it. It's literally just Kairi. Where are you? What was interesting, I didn't really go into the accusations that people had, where when the early images of Lois came out, people said she basically just looked like Lutz from Owl House. I watched an interview where somebody brought that up to Josie, and Josie said, oh, well, the reason why is because a lot of us worked on the Owl House. And I'm like, Josie, that's not a good excuse, because that implies that you guys are only capable of designing one kind of character. Like, if you say that the reason the main character looks exactly like our other main characters because we drew the other main character, that just shows to me that you're incapable of designing more than one character. It's not the flex you think it is. She'll say things in interviews, and she'll say them as if that like circumvents the criticism that the interviewer is giving her, but it's just like a lateral move. It doesn't actually solve any of the criticism that the interviewer gave her. She says it as if it's an explanation, and it's like, dude, that's not, no. Here it is. Where is it? Here we go. That's the Kingdom Heart reference in episode 7, which is the worst episode in the entire show, and I'll stand by that. It's so bad. I like references like the weapons, Guts' sword, the key sword, in the background, but you just cannot use main character styles. That's the thing. I harped on that when I covered episode 7, but if that was the only time they made an anime reference, I might have found that funny. Like, I might have been on board with that, but it's the fact that they keep doing this in such egregious ways that I'm now forced to get annoyed every single time they do it, because I know why they're doing it, and it's because they're creatively bankrupt. It's not a fun reference if you keep doing it, and if you keep doing it with major characters. It just reminds me again of She-Ra. When it came time to do the emotional climax of the entire show, they copied the emotional climax of Revolutionary Girl Utena shot per shot. It like borderlines on plagiarism. I'm surprised nobody sued them for that one. As I said earlier, I'm worried about what they do for Zod or Doomsday. Yeah, I see people wondering whether they'll bring Zod. And I bring this up in the next part. I'm not giving you guys a bunch of spoilers for the next part, but I don't think it means you guys will... I hope you guys still watch the video, even though I'm giving you a bunch of spoilers of what's in it. But what annoys me about the ending of Season 1 is that they tease that the villain for the next season will be Zod, only to bait and switch you and be like, no, it's Kara. And as cool as I think the idea is to have Kara as the villain, I hate the fact that they like bait and switch the audience. Like setting it up like it's going to be Zod, and then like being psych, we subverted your expectations. Like, that to me is super annoying. It bothers me a lot. It's like, why did you do it this way? You could have just like done it in a way where you don't trick the audience into expecting it to be Zod, because guess what? A lot of people might have been very excited to see Zod, and then you didn't deliver them Zod, and now they're just disappointed because you promised something and then didn't follow through with it. And that's annoying, and it's not cool. Don't do that. The show is not equipped to handle Doomsday. I mean, they're not equipped to handle a lot of things, and yet they put them in the show anyway. What is this? Oh, I see what it is. I was about to say, what lines did I draw here? Hey, Blantosaur. I loved your rant against Josie in part 2, and I agree. I would have given Superman a Kamen Rider-esque transformation. There are so many cool transformation sequences, and from what I understand, Josie was saying in the interview, and I saw the concept art, apparently Superman's transformation sequence, it was based more on Precure than Sailor Moon, but at the same time, it's like, dude, you can say it's a Precure influenced transformation sequence. Nobody in their right mind is going to look at that and think Precure and not Sailor Moon, especially because Josie has multiple times in the past made direct Sailor Moon references, including in other DC properties that she's been in charge of. Like, I'm sorry, but no. I just feel that there's a way to do a transformation sequence without directly copying Sailor Moon. And I know that can be done because so many anime have done it already, where they will have a transformation sequence, but it's not a direct copy of what Sailor Moon was doing. And also my entire rant that I had in the video where I was like, you just undercut an emotional moment for your characters for the sake of a reference. And that's so lame. Superman getting his suit is supposed to be this big important moment for the character, and you decided instead to do a haha meta joke for your audience. Like, why? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how you lack this emotional connection with the characters you're writing. I just don't understand it. Yeah, it could be like a Sentai or a Rider style transformation. That's actually why I started watching Kamen Rider Kuga. And I need to get back to it. Again, the ADHD brain. I start things and then I put them down and I forget to get back to them. But I started watching Kamen Rider Kuga just like as a reference point of how the transformation scene could have been done. And I was surprised because Kamen Rider Kuga doesn't actually have a transformation sequence. He just kind of activates his belt and his suit like molds onto him, and they show it. They don't do like the transformation sequence. They just show the suit molding onto him. And then depending on what's going on, the suit will change color, which changes the function and the superpower he's handling. It's very interesting. I really like Kamen Rider Kuga. I need to get back to it. It was really cool. Highly enjoyed that show so far. I really like Zod. He is super interesting to me as a link to the origin of Superman creators. You know, as an authoritarian dictator with pronounced facial hair. Doomsday is a sobering moment of morality for Superman and a fundamentally nigh-comparable threat. You don't get to snark at him. You don't get to bumble your way to victory against him. Yeah, I can kind of see how people would then be extremely concerned about how this show would handle it. Because they couldn't even handle Mr. Mxyzptlk properly. I showed it to my friend who I just mentioned earlier, who's a massive Superman fan, the storyboarder. He was so dismayed when I showed him what Mr. Mxyzptlk looked like. I think he replied in Discord with just like a paragraph that was just like, fuck you, like 12 times in a row. For a good henshin sequence, Kamen Rider Black or Black RX have awesome transformation sequences. Okay, I don't think I'll look into it for the next part of the video, obviously, because we've kind of moved past that. But just for my own point of reference, I will look in it, because I have been meaning to watch more Kamen Rider stuff. And just like Japanese stuff in general, like live action stuff. I briefly mentioned Godzilla in the next part, and as a result, to make sure I understood what I was talking about, I watched both Godzilla Minus One and Shin Godzilla for the first time, and I loved both of them. They're both so good. I think I like Godzilla Minus One more. I think it's the better film, but Shin Godzilla is really fascinating. I ended up liking that a lot more than I anticipated I would. Because I'm not the biggest Anno fan, but I feel that Shin Godzilla really like pushed a lot of his strengths to the forefront. I might need to take a drink of water in a sec. I always underestimate like how much I talk during these. But yes, I want to watch more Kamen Rider stuff. I also want to watch more Ultraman stuff. Because I liked Shin Godzilla so much, I was considering starting with like Shin Ultraman, just because I liked Shin Godzilla, and Anno also directed Shin Ultraman, and to me, that's kind of emotional just because of where Anno started, because I do actually have his fan film that he made in like 1983, The Return of Ultraman. I've got that. I want to watch that, and then I want to watch the movie he actually made about Ultraman, because I think that would just be like, it would make me emotional to see this guy who in his like mid to early 20s made a fan film for something he liked, go on to make a big budget movie version of that very thing. Like that to me is, I get emotional about the early Daikon stuff. Like Daikon 4 makes me so emotional. I get so choked up about Daikon 4. I really, really wish I could show that on stream, but because it uses Electric Light Orchestra, like the stream would get so demonetized immediately, and at worst the stream would get blocked, which I'm concerned about. Like, I I do want to make a little bit of income from this, but also I don't want the stream to get blocked. That would suck. But Daikon 4, that's like one of my hardcore like emotion triggers. I love Daikon 4 so much. That's because the Shin movies finally gave Anno the chance to fully flex his otaku muscles. Exactly. It was like him unleashing his full power. But I do want to watch The Return of Ultraman before I watch Shin Ultraman. Because I do want to see like what he made when he made this like fan film in the 80s, and then what he made as like a big budget project. I just think that would be very cool. Arno did a Cutie Honey movie in 2004 that I thought was a fun movie. Oh, did Arno do the Cutie Honey movie? I didn't know that. I knew about the Cutie Honey movie. I didn't know Arno did it. That's hilarious, actually, if that's true. If you want to check out some Ultra series, the Tsubaraya YouTube channel streams the episodes of modern series a day after airing in both sub and dub. Oh, that's interesting. I do actually have a website, one of those websites where they just host a lot of tokusatsu stuff, and they've basically got everything on there, so I'm not too concerned on where to find things. I'm more concerned with sitting down and actually watching them. Because, again, I watch drama YouTube quite a bit because I can do other things while I'm watching, right? Whereas with, like, a TV show or a movie, I actually want to pay attention to what's on screen. So I'm generally not doing other things when I'm watching those things. But it also means I don't get to them as much as I do garbage YouTube because I'm so often busy doing things. I have a little bit of time off, though. Maybe I'll do that now that I can. Because I had a call with my studio and they were saying that I can have a bit of a vacation from them for a short while. I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't know how much of it is NDA stuff. But I can have a little bit of time off from them just while they're busy doing stuff. So maybe when I'm done with editing Superman Part 4, I'll take like a little bit of time to watch some Kamen Rider stuff. I do actually want to watch the Triple R movie. Is it Triple R or do you say it like RRR? I need to watch that. The reason I haven't yet is because it's 3 hours long. But I've been meaning to watch that very badly. I really want to watch that. So I can take some time to do all that. It's just, again, I'm editing at the moment. And I have that thing where because I have editing to do, I'm not allowed to have time off. Because any time I have off, I should be using to edit. Like that problem where you're sitting down and your brain is just like, how dare you take time off? You should be editing. So that's a big problem. And you just say, if you just say RRR, am I supposed to read that as RRR or triple R? Am I supposed to read it as RRR? But yes, I need to watch that. It's on Netflix. I just need to watch it. It's just the 3 hours. That's a reason. That's also the reason I haven't watched a few Kurosawa movies. Is also because like Kurosawa, in general, tends to be like 3 hours long. I've seen some of his. Well, I've seen Seven Samurai. That one I've seen multiple times. I've seen Kagemusha, which is very sad. That one was difficult in terms of time. It was a long watch. It's a very long movie. And I've seen Dersu Uzala. And what else? I think I've seen something else by him. But like those are the three by Kurosawa that I've seen. Which is weird. Like I haven't really seen Yojimbo. I haven't seen Rashomon. I haven't seen Ran. But I've seen Dersu Uzala. So... Which is very good. I highly recommend Dersu Uzala. It's such a good film. It will break your heart, but it's so good. I think also because it's based on a true story, that's also kind of where it tugs at my heart. Which I know some of Kurosawa's films are based on true stories, but Dersu Uzala, it just kind of hits differently. I think because it's based on a memoir that... what's the man's name? It's not Dersu. There's Dersu, and who's the other guy? The Russian, he's not a soldier. The Russian government employee. I forget his name. But that guy wrote a memoir about Dersu, and that's what the movie's about. So, and that was written in the 1920s. And considering the movie was made in like, I think, the 60s? It might be 70s. But if you think about it, it's not that long ago from the 20s when the book was made. So the expanse of time between the 60s and 20s isn't really that long. So the fact that it's historically accurate like really breaks my heart because of the things that happen in that movie. Which is not like big, terrible, shocking things. It's just like the human tragedy of it. It's very sad. And because I know Kurosawa very often was not in a very good headspace in terms of mental health, that kind of bleeds into the movie a bit. And again, it's very sad. It's such a sad movie, but I love it. Basically, my two constant Kurosawa rewatches are Throne of Blood and Run. I try to reference them visually whenever my work presents an excuse. I have both of those movies on DVD. I just need to sit down and watch them. Again, 3 hours each. That's the only reason I haven't. The reason I watched Kagemusha is because I was at college at the time. I forget how I got a copy of it. I think I found it secondhand and I had it, so I watched it. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm at home. I'm not currently at class, so I might as well sit down and watch Kagemusha, because this was a little bit before YouTube really took off. So my time was not as eaten up by a bunch of YouTube videos, so I had time to watch Kagemusha. And even then, I had to watch it in like 2 sittings. I'm going to go now. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out, Diamond Lock. Sorry this was such a hot disaster of a stream, but we're surviving it, so what is my quality like? Okay, stream is healthy. Okay, we survived it long enough to get healthy streaming. That's good. Hey, Andrea. I watched Kagemusha because Sengoku period. Yeah, that too. That's a valid reason to watch it. If you can sit through Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, you can sit through anything. I guess that's true. But to be fair, I've only sat through a Return of the King, and I'm talking the extended cut. I think I've only sat through it twice. And the second time was one of those insane days where me and my brother decided to watch all of the extended cut all in the same day. And we nearly died, but we did it. And that's like the last time I've watched it in full. I've been refreshed on it because I like watching reaction channels, but I myself... It's been a few years since I sat down and watched the whole thing. Here we go. Healthy streaming, low on carbs, high in fiber. No, it's not true. Zack Snyder movies are long and horrible and I can't sit through them. Zack Snyder strikes me as one of those people where he thinks he's a lot more... profound than what his movies actually are. Like, that's the impression I get of him. He thinks he's saying a lot more than he actually says. Do that. Why do you always think your streams are disasters? They aren't. I think because I'm like hypercritical of the quality that I'm putting forward. I think that might be why, because I want to put forward a good product, right? And the reason being is because I care about people's entertainment. I want people to be entertained and I want them to have fun. So if things out of my control, such as connection issues or technical difficulties, causes the stream to be a little bit more chaotic than I wanted it to be, I feel that the end product is not as good as I was hoping for. I think that's why I often say, oh, my streams are such a disaster, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, we're going to have a super smooth stream where everything works out and I'm not going to have any issues in terms of technology or stumbling over my own words. And then, you know, that's not how life works. And then the stream ends up being not perfect. And then I'm like, oh no, the stream's a disaster. But Seep of Chaos is fun. I guess that's good at least. Honestly, I shouldn't be so self-conscious because I don't sub to her, but I have watched 1 or 2 of Chibidoki's streams. And if you want to talk about somebody with chaotic live streams, I've never seen anybody as chaotic a streamer as Chibidoki. Like, it is astounding to me the level of chaos that happens on her streams. I don't even know how she does it. Your mic might need to be adjusted or add a filter added on. You keep breathing into it, especially when chuckling or similar. When you're speaking, it's typically fine. Okay, I've got it because I've got the lapel mic. I'm not going to do that right now because then there's going to be a bunch of mic clatter in your ear. But I'll adjust it next time where I'll clip it in a different area, so where that's no longer a problem. Because I hear what you're saying. And it's because I have this new mic, so I'm like trying to figure it out. my mic quality wasn't super great for the video recording because the mic has a noise reduction on it. And I thought, oh, that's cool. It'll reduce, noise reduction. But it caused a little bit of other problems in recording where here and there the recording sounds a bit like I'm underwater. And it's because of the noise reduction. So I'm like, oh, okay, so the noise reduction is actually not as viable an option as I thought it was. So I'm like still trying to figure it out. And because it's a clip-on mic, it's not the standing mic. That's also why I'm like figuring out where to put it and how to, wear it and all of that, so that I'm getting the best use out of it. Actually, the sword is over here. I don't think Zach is a frat bro. I don't think he considers himself an artist. You can literally listen to him talk about his films, what he thinks of them, and how it's made. He is very transparent. I suppose so. I'd have to listen to what he had to say, because the impression I get from the film itself is that he just kind of comes across as rather pretentious, quite frankly. I think I've screwed up with this hand placement, but you know what? It's too late now. We're just going to keep going forward. It's fine. Normally what one would do is one would just kind of scrap it and start again. But I don't feel like doing that on stream because it'll just waste everybody's time. And I do actually don't want to sit here and constantly correct my mistakes while on stream. It'd be extremely frustrating to watch. Unless we one day do like a very long stream where I'll draw a drawing more like my usual workflow rather than trying to work through an entire picture and get it finished by the end of a stream. We can do that one day, because I think that'll be cool. Also, I think I need to drink water. Give me a sec. Just gonna reach over it. Whoa. Grab this here. Actually, let me mute, because now that you say my mic where it is, I don't want you to hear me gulping water. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. You guys are saying this. No, the stream's healthy. Oh, no, it's not. There we go. Okay. Am I back? I'm seeing poor. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. Come on, YouTube. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Because I'm seeing movement on the screen. So I think we're back. We're back? Okay, great. Thank you. Hey, guys. No worries. I just muted the mic so that I could drink some water. Because I didn't want to, like, guzzle water right in your ears. But for who knows how long. It's not that bad? Okay, great. Because that was the problem last time, is it was perfectly fine. And then the last 5 minutes, as I was wrapping up, the stream lagged just long enough for YouTube to go, oh, I guess she lost connection, and just cancelled the stream and ended it. And I was like, I was actually wrapping up there, but okay. And because I was wrapping up, I didn't have a good goodbye on the last stream, because I was like, I'm not going to start an entire new stream just to say goodbye. That's silly. But it seems it's okay. It didn't cancel the stream, so it's all good. It's all fine. And off mic swig, this is called improvement. Zack Snyder tried to kill the stream. He didn't want the truth to get out. What truth? I don't know. I don't know. On the topic of Snyder, release the C-pop version cut for High Guardian Spice. We know it's out there. I put it up. It's the super cut. Like, that to me is the C-pop cut of the High Guardian Spice review. I was so chuffed we're in the original parts. You know what? I should save. In the original parts of High Guardian Spice, when I was saying I think that this part of the episode was supposed to take place during the daytime, and then they changed their minds and they had to alter the backgrounds and add a thunderclap because this wasn't what the story was when the voice artists were recording. And then I found like the background art for that episode, and it was all during the daytime, and I was like, I knew it, I could just tell. That was so vindicating to me. The only Zack Snyder movie I've seen is Man of Steel, and I actually like the movie. Seeing Christopher Maloney as the Colonel made me chuckle. I don't really like Man of Steel because there's a lot of it where I'm just like, And again, I'm not the biggest Superman fan, but there's parts of it where he really wants Superman to be a Christ allegory. And I mean, you can do that. I just found that the way he did it didn't say anything. It was like, did you know that Superman is like Jesus? And I'm like, yeah. And then he doesn't have a follow-up to that. Like, that's the point. The only point to that observation is that Superman is like Jesus, and he doesn't have anything more to say about it. And it's like, okay, you know, like, oh, what of it? That's not profound in of itself. That's just like a correlation you're pulling. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's not particularly interesting. Batman vs. Superman was one of the first movies I outright hated as a kid. Oh, don't say kid, man. You make me feel so old. You make me feel so old. How dare you be born after a set period in time? I see what you mean, me blowing on the mic. Hold on, let me just move it slightly. Give me a sec. Actually, let me mute it while I do this. I'm just going to shift the mic over to the other side. There we go. That should be a bit better. Now it's not like directly in line of fire with me, with my breathing. Yeah, I hear you, Navi. Thank you. I can't believe I watched Batman vs. Superman as a kid. Now I feel old. It's that gif of, I know there's two of them, but the one I like is the one of Snake, where it just like, it's him morphing into like old Snake. I still need to play Metal Gear. I've got all of them, I just haven't played them. Again, because it's such a massive time commitment. Because I know even the games themselves are extremely long. What was it, like the intro cutscene to Metal Gear Solid 4? Isn't that like 90 minutes long before you even get to the gameplay? I remember something like that. Seapuff is hag maxing. Shut up. I have an image floating around somewhere that has a quote from the original Superman actor from the 60s, where he imagines Superman as just a friend, that guy from the street that'll help you out. Yeah, and I understand the Christ allegory stuff because you can go that route, but I find it a lot less interesting than the concept of, actually I have a panel of that. I find it a lot less interesting than Superman being this extraterrestrial who has made himself a part of humanity. And I know, I forget who it was, it might have been EFAP, but I don't know, who was saying that if anything, Superman is a Moses allegory. But even that, I think, doesn't really stick, because the whole Moses thing is that he came from being Hebrew and he went back to the Hebrew people, right? My extremely in-depth analysis of theology over here. But my point is, even that I don't think really applies to Superman, because the whole point is that he took on humanity and the earth as his home and his identity as a person. And I just think that's far more interesting, to me at least, than just going, hey, he's like Jesus, and not doing anything with that. Like, you don't take it further than pointing that out. And it's like, yeah, and then there's just like no follow-up to that. It's like, okay, I mean, you don't even have anything to say about that. You just kind of point it out, and it's like, all right. It reminds me of the Dragon Ball Z dub, where I think it's the original dub in the 90s. I can't find this panel. The original dub in the 90s, they really wanted to try and make Goku a Christ allegory as well, because he dies and comes back to life, although he does that like multiple times in Dragon Ball Z. And nothing get like, no, that's no. You You think you feel old? Once I began a topic with the first Disney feature and this 20-odd guy went, "Oh, you mean The Lion King?" To which I replied, "Prepare to meet Jesus, boy." That just seems like being ill-informed, though. But I do feel you, because the first movie I ever saw in theaters was The Little Mermaid. I remember as a child, they had a theater re-release of Snow White, and child me didn't understand that it was an old movie getting a theater re-release. So I was really angry that I could never find it on VHS. Because I'm like, but I saw it in the movie, so it's supposed to be on VHS after a while, and it's not. And I just didn't really understand that that's because Disney is very strange with their VHS releases in general. But that's like a core memory of mine for some reason. Oh, I haven't done her hair. Okay. Simba is Hamlet. Everyone knows that. And flip her, because my hand curves easier this way. Do that. I will say, however, I'm editing this week. As I said, I want to get part 4 of my Adventures with Superman done by the end of the week for Patreon. But I'm taking tomorrow off because I am playing Baldur's Gate 3 now that my laptop is functional again. Now that I can actually play again, I want to take a day and just like play that non-stop because I earned that, damn it. I don't know what I did to earn it, but I earned it. Of course, I always joke about this, I made the stupid mistake of deciding that the Emperor is like the character I like most to romance. And that means I can't just walk up to his character whenever I want to talk to him. I have to like wait for the character to contact me. And it's so painful because I'm used to like Mass Effect, right? Where you can just go up to Garrus. And even if he doesn't have anything to say to you, he'll at least tell you that he's busy with calibrations. Whereas the Emperor, he just hangs out in his prism the whole time. You just have to sit there, and I want to do the comic of Mike Tav just shaking the prism like it's a magic 8 ball. Like, what are you doing in there? Like, really mad at him because he's not talking to me. Have you ever seen the Legion of Superheroes cartoon? That show that had an emo Superman clone with kryptonite blood named, get this, Superman X. I have not. I'm actually not super well versed in superhero cartoons. I do know a few of them. Obviously, I grew up watching Batman the Animated Series. I really liked that as a child. I missed the animated Superman cartoon. I've seen a few episodes. And I actually want to go and watch the Justice League Unlimited cartoon because from what I've seen, just researching for these videos, the few episodes I watched, it's really good. Like that cartoon, unlike My Adventures with Superman, when I watch episodes of Justice League Unlimited, I want to watch more of it. It makes me want to watch the show. Whereas I don't get that that feeling with My Adventures with Superman. With My Adventures with Superman, it's mostly just, oh jeez, more of this. So I think that's also quite indicative of a good cartoon. When just watching it because I need context makes me want to watch more of it. What is this? What is this? What is in this layer? What is this? Hold on. Oh, it's the belt. Okay. Here we go. What class in Baldur's Gate 3? It's my first playthrough. So I played Bard. And I'm playing a drow because back in ye old internet days, I was a big fan of the webcomic Drow Tales. So I've kind of always just kind of had a soft spot for drows because of that webcomic. So I'm playing a drow and I'm playing a bard just because even when my friend was playing D&D with me, I always played bard. So it's just kind of the class I vibe with. But when I play the second time, I'm leaning towards rogue. Because I want to play a character that's not as chaotic good or lawful good as my current character. Because my character, I would think that she's chaotic good. But the problem is she's perfectly willing to play in the lines of the law as long as it makes sense. But unfortunately, the game itself kind of sees this as me being more lawful good, because it doesn't know that the only reason I've been following along is because the things have made sense to me so far, and the second things stop making sense to me, I'm not gonna like comply with the higher authorities. But so I want to play a character that's like more ambiguously good and ambiguously bad, mainly because I want to check out what the romance is with this Astarion, because so many people like him. But I did not manage to befriend him properly in my game because he did not get along with my character, because my character was not willing to be as unhinged. Oh, thank you, Avina. My character is not as unhinged as Astarion is. Speaking of JLA, there seems to be a scene in My Adventures with Superman Season 2 where they do a semi-homage to the JLA episode, The One Who Has Everything. Yeah, I heard they do it. They did like... Apparently they have an episode where they try and at least pay homage to The Man Who Has Everything, which is... That's painful because that's one of the JLA episodes I've actually seen, and I don't really trust these writers to tackle that topic and give it the nuance it deserves. Because if you don't know the story for The Man Who Has Everything, essentially what happens is a space slug traps Superman in a delusion where he's living on Krypton with his wife, and he has a child, and as far as he knows within the hallucination, he's got all these memories of this child growing up and him being this child's father. And the entire episode is basically Batman and Wonder Woman trying to wake him up from this hallucination. And the episode is about him having to accept that the son, who he has a lifetime of memories about, isn't real. And it's extremely sad. It's a very, very sad episode. It is really, really traumatizing to watch. And I just can't see the writers of My Adventures with Superman having the ability to write the emotional depth that that story requires. Because I think that the GLA episode handled it very, very well. That episode's very sad. It hits the emotional beats perfectly. And it sells that tragedy to you. It's not afraid to sell it to you as a tragedy. But I don't know if this show can really pull that off. I just don't know. Let me put it this way. The show has not filled me with confidence that it would have the ability to pull it off, based on their own evidence shown in their previous attempts at doing other things with their own show. Somebody asking who Astarion is? Astarion is a vampire. Stewie Griffin, I hate you. Astarion he's a vampire, and I don't want to give away like everything about his backstory because he's actually a fascinating character. He's very, very well written. He is essentially a vampire that has suffered multiple lifetimes of physical as well as other abuse at the hands of the vampire that sired him. And as a result, Astarion has very skewed opinions and perspectives on other people who have suffered things. And my character wants to help people. She wants to genuinely lift people up who are struggling or who are in a bad situation. And the problem is Astarion doesn't take well to you helping people he views as weak. And the reason for that is it's partially because he has it drilled in his head that in order to stop being a victim, he needs to amass power. He can only overcome being a victim by being more powerful than the people who victimized him, or in this case, the single person who victimized him. And so you being kind to people he views as weak, he just finds that incredibly insulting, but also it causes like deep, deep internal discomfort, because it tells him that maybe what he went through was not okay. Not. I wrote this down so much better. Let me try and find. And I can just read my own quote, because it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, I wrote this very well. I was very smart when I wrote this. And I just generally find that I'm better at putting down my thoughts in text than I am to talk off the cuff. You just type in here. It should find me my own quote. You're reading your own quotes. It's like reblogging your own post and being like, so true, bestie. This person really knows what they're talking about. Where did I write this? Come on. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Where is it? Down, 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 down. Further down. Further down. Almost there. I can see the end. Come on. Apparently, no, I forgot. Tumblr's search function is broken. Never mind. But anyway, I'll try and remember what I said specifically. I said that you helping other people who are in trouble enrages him because there's this sense of unfairness. It challenges his worldview that those with power have the ability to harm people who don't have power. And it challenges that worldview and makes him consider that maybe what happened to him was unfair, and even worse, that it was avoidable. And what's worse, it also kind of ignites this indignation in him of like, why was there nobody who helped me when I needed it? So how dare these people have somebody like the player character come in and help them when they're at their lowest point, when nobody was there to do that for me. So he and my character kind of struggle to get along because early on there's this real clashing of principles where my character just kind of wants to help people to the best of her ability, and that really angers him because of his own personal hang-ups and backstory and stuff. It's a really, really well-written character. Very, very well-written character. All the characters are, but I think Astarion especially, there's a lot of detail put into his personality, which I'm a big fan of. Ain't that such a mood? Yeah, like it hits hard. I'm fortunate where that's not something I can relate to in personal experience, but I can understand it, right? I understand where the anger is coming from. I understand why he is that way, but it's tricky because my character also wants to like befriend him and show him that she genuinely means the best for him and she wants the best for him and she wants him to be happy. But because of the way he's been treated for such a long time, it's like he doesn't want to believe that she has good intentions, just because nothing in his personal lived experience would tell him that that's what's going on. His lived experience tells him that nobody wants to help you for nothing. Everything that people do for you is transactional, and that's kind of his worldview. So I want to build a character that I can kind of befriend him earlier than I did in this run, because I do still want to get through to his character. It's just that... Oh, thank you, Avina. It's just that I'm unable to do so in this run because too much time has passed and I didn't realize I'd missed certain opportunities. Necromancer, thank you. Astarion is super good with the Dark Urge. Yes, I haven't done the Dark Urge playthrough because I was told by people that it's a bad thing to start with as the first playthrough. So I've been putting it off. But we'll see how that goes. I'm super curious about it. I'm very that's the one thing I like about Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't even finished it and I'm already thinking of ways I want to replay it and what I want to redo and how I want to approach certain things differently. Really, really good game. Highly recommend it. Excuse me. I personally didn't enjoy some of the gameplay things about Baldur's Gate 3. It's annoying the game caps your level under 20, which is the cap for D&D currently. Yeah, there's like mods and things that can fix that. I'm playing mainly with aesthetic mods though, because I kind of want the game experience as the game is before I start like personalizing it, because otherwise I don't really have a good idea of what the game actually is, because I've messed with it too much as like a first time experience. But I do know there's mods that like fix the level cap, because I do know that's something a lot of people had issue with. Do this. It's in the other one. Is my internet still going? Stream is healthy. Okay, good. Just making sure. I don't trust it now. Oh, and I need to erase this as well. There we go. I will say I've had to come to the decision. I've come to the observation that I think I like Baldur's Gate 3 more than I like Dragon Age, unfortunately. Rogue Trader is also a very good RPG that recently came out. Although it apparently contains more bugs than a Beehive. I mean, like, Baldur's Gate 3 has a bunch of bugs as well. I ran into some bugs that were potentially going to screw over my game in like ways that would have been exceptionally annoying. But I thankfully managed to avoid certain things. Like, the game registered something in my journal that didn't happen. And I was very scared that like one of the companion characters was going to leave. Because as far as the game was concerned, I didn't do something, but I did. But luckily that didn't happen. It's just the journal that screwed up. It's not the game itself that didn't register that I did something. So that's good. But my point is, Baldur's Gate 3 has a bunch of bugs as well. Some of them extremely annoying. Do this. This. Yeah, and of course, going back to my adventure with Superman, the other thing is, hopefully, when I finally get the editing done, I'll hopefully be able to circumvent the copyright, because it's just annoying because it shaves off so much time, because I have to wait for the video to upload, and then I have to wait for the checks to run, and that eats up so much time that sometimes it can take away an entire day. And I wanted to upload that evening, and now I can't, which delays the video going up publicly, because it delays when Patreon gets it. So that's a whole thing. I do my best, but there's some copyright where I cannot guess how the copyright system on YouTube is going to flag certain things. But I do want to get it done before the weekend, because as I said, Wacken is happening this weekend and I want to watch the stream. So I don't want to be editing while Wacken is happening, especially because Blind Guardian is playing. And I'm super excited to see them, even though I'm not there in person. I'll go one day though. Like, the tickets are so expensive though, especially if you're like from Africa. A ticket to Wacken is like 300 euros. It's insane. Maybe not if you actually live in Europe, but like coming from Africa, that's an insane amount of money. I had a mod that gave me a flintlock pistol and knife combo, so I can become the highwayman from Darkest Dungeon. And I've learned that guns beat swords. I would think so. It's that scene from Indiana Jones where the guy's like swinging his sword around and Indy just pulls out his gun and just shoots him. Wacken, I remember the World War I mud disaster last year. You know what? It was the mud disaster, but the owners of the festival actually came out at the end and like thanked everyone, including the bands and the audience, for making it a successful show. So even though it was a massive mud disaster, it was still considered a success. And I think that's fantastic. And even though there was a ton of mud and everything, it had the performance of Two Steps from Hell when they did their performance of Away with Your Fairies in the middle of the rain at the morning. That was like one of the most magical experiences I've ever seen in a concert, even though I wasn't there live. Just like seeing the footage of that was mind-blowing. like life-changing experience. Baldur's Gate 3 has better gameplay than Dragon Age, but I have much more fonder experiences with Dragon Age's characters than most of Baldur's Gate 3 characters. See, I'm the opposite. I find that I enjoy Dragon Age's gameplay a lot. I think I like Baldur's Gate 3's gameplay more, but to me, I vastly prefer the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 than I do the characters in Dragon Age. My friend says she thinks why is because in Baldur's Gate 3, all the characters are directly tied to the main narrative, whereas a lot of characters in Dragon Age, especially Dragon Age Inquisition, the characters are kind of just there, and they're loosely tied to what's going on, but they don't have any, like, actual personal stakes in anything that's happening in terms of plot. They're just kind of there. And I think that's a valid assumption. The only character that really has any personal ties to any of the plot things happening is Varric. And that's like why Varric is such a cool character. It's probably why Varric is the best character in Dragon Age, is because he has personal investment in what's going on. Unrelated weapons question. Where did that sword reference in C-Puff's High God and Spice video come from? Oh, that is from an extremely old YouTube video series called Cautionary Tales of Swords. It's really funny. It's just this old guy, like, giving a PSA, like a fake PSA about why swords are dangerous. And it's just this guy, and the way he delivers a lot of the lines is very funny. He did an amazing skit, which I wish I could have included it in High Guardian Spice, but it was very long. It had copyrighted music, and I think out of context, the joke might have come across as offensive when that's not what it is. But he had a skit where it's basically, you're a racist if you think swords don't kill Asians too. And then it cuts to the PSA part of the video, and it's just some guy lying under a tree taking a nap, and somebody off screen goes, "Hey Asian, watch out for that sword," and then a sword comes out of nowhere and impales him. It's like so stupid, but it's so funny. It makes absolutely no sense. And then Tripfisk, who's the old guy, comes back on screen and he's like, "You see, swords are dangerous." It's so dumb. I love it so much. But it's like one of those like classic YouTube videos. I think it went up in like 2007, maybe 2006. I don't know. It's one of those early YouTube videos, and then you feel like it's so integral to the history of the platform, and then you see the view count, and like only a few 10,000 people have seen it in like the 17 years it's been online. And you're like, what do you mean so few people have seen this? This like formed my sense of humor back in the day. Movies that you like that everyone else hates? Oh, I do know. I'm a big fan of 2010, The Year We Make Contact. I genuinely love that movie. I really, really like that movie a lot. But in my experience, the vast majority of people really hate that movie. And I've heard them try and explain what they don't like about it. But at the same time, I still don't fully understand their complaints. I've heard people say they find that the letters that the main character writes to his wife while on board the spaceship is cheesy. And although I can understand that as a criticism, that doesn't strike me as a big enough criticism to say that's why the movie is bad. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And the only other option I can think of is that people are like, you can't do a sequel to a Stanley Kubrick movie. And although I may understand that criticism, I always said that the original 2001 movie is a better movie than 2010, but I like 2010 a lot more than I like 2001 when it comes to like a movie viewing experience. But a lot of people disagree with me on that one. And I don't always understand why. And I'm of the opinion that perhaps it's simply just that a lot of people feel that the second one falls short of the original Stanley Kubrick one. But again, as somebody where the Sandy Kubrick one, it's good, but it doesn't really hit me, right? It doesn't really like strike me on a deeper level, other than being able to acknowledge that it's a well-made film. And I know people say that, oh well, that's all Kubrick movies. Most of Kubrick movies are like that, but I'm like, I don't agree, because his other films that I've seen, they do manage to hit that emotional level. Like, I'm a big fan of The Shining. The Shining is a fantastic movie, and I don't have the criticisms and lack of like the detached emotional feeling with The Shining that I do have with 2001. Whereas 2010, I genuinely like that movie more. Does it count if they still have cult fan bases, even if they're smaller? I don't know, because usually a cult fan base... No, that's wrong. I was about to say a cult fan base implies that the movie is still good, but that's objectively untrue, because The Room has a cult fan base, Troll 2 has a cult fan base. Just because a movie has a cult fan base does not mean the movie is good. I was thinking more along the lines of movies like Rocky Horror, who simply because of their subject matter have cult fan bases, because when they came out, they were almost borderline made to anger certain conservative type people. Like, that's why that movie was made. So it was never going to reach mainstream appeal in the time that it came out. So it became a cult classic because it's a good movie and it's fun. However, even though it's still classified as a cult movie, I would classify Rocky Horror Picture Show as just being like a mainstream accepted good movie these days. I think it's transcended beyond just being a cult movie into being like just a generally accepted popular movie. I think same with like Evil Dead 2, where that also kind of started as like a cult movie. And it's now just kind of reached like mainstream popularity. For good reason. Evil Dead 2 is fantastic. I love that movie. Because I like movies that got hate, but not because they're good. I'll defend the Halle Berry Catwoman all day. The Halle Berry Catwoman movie is not good, but I can see where if you've got an affinity for like that aesthetic and style of superhero movie, why you would have a soft spot for it. Like, I can understand why somebody would enjoy that movie, even though I don't think it's a good movie. It's kind of like what I said about Devil Hunter Yoko in the last stream, where Devil Hunter Yoko is one of those anime where it's like, anime doesn't have to be good to be good. And Devil Hunter Yoko is like that, and I think Catwoman can fall into that category as well. Where it's like, Catwoman is one of those movies where a movie doesn't have to be good to be good. Yeah, Jupiter Ascending? Yeah, exactly, that's another one. At least Jupiter Ascending had style. At least it was like visually interesting. It's not a good film, but you can't say that it isn't entertaining. And the fact of the matter is, I would much rather have entertaining and strange than having like competent but just artistically dead, which is what we're getting a lot of, especially out of Disney, although mostly out of Disney, quite frankly. My favorite bad movie of all time is probably The Apple, though. The Apple? Do you mean what was it called on Riff Tracks? Heaven's Gate the musical? Which is the only way I will ever think about The Apple, because I watched the riff tracks of that, and when it shows them like walking off into the sky, the riff track guys go, oh, and that's the end of Heaven's Gate the musical, and I laughed so hard. It's one of those jokes that just hit me like a truck, and it forever changed the way that I think of that movie. It's like the Heaven's Gate musical, which is not what it is, just to be clear. It's not got anything to do with the Heaven's Gate cult. It's just the movie itself is like that. It's a very, very bizarre early 80s drug-fueled musical in which none of the music is actually good. And it's supposed to be like the story of Adam and Eve, but in like 1984 dystopian future. But the movie was released in the 1980s, so they didn't want to make it 1984 So they made it 1994. Already, movie's off to a bad start. It's so bad, it is highly entertaining. I actually really recommend you guys watch The Apple. It's so bad. Get like a bunch of friends together and do a watch party of it. It's a good time. Just be aware that it's an awful film. It's fun though. Like I almost want to compare it to Zardoz, but I'm one of those weirdos who will defend Zardoz to the grave as actually being a good movie. Like, I actually think Zardoz is legitimately a good film. I think people are incapable of getting past the parts of Zardoz that are weird, but I think that Zardoz is like actually like a film that's well done with an interesting plot and like just an interesting way in which it unfolds. I think it's just so weird that it's very difficult to look past the parts of it that are just confusing and strange. Yeah, for instance, like the quote Magic Medic just said, which I'm afraid to say out loud because I'm afraid YouTube will flag this video. But yeah, I genuinely, like, when I say it's a good movie, I'm not sitting here and I'm saying it's comparable to, like, a well-made film. But Zardoz, in terms of being a very, very strange 70s film about a high sci-fi concept that's, like, borderline experimental and has a lot of cocaine in it behind the scenes, I consider it a good movie on that level. I'm not going to compare it to like an actually well-structured film, you know? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Zardoz is a good movie and should be considered along the lines of Schindler's List or The Shawshank Redemption. It's not that kind of good movie. I would say it's a good movie if you've seen other mid-budget 70s movies. It's a good movie if you, like, view it within the context of when it was made. Where else can you get Sean Connery with a ponytail and a red diaper? Exactly. That's not why the movie's good though. The movie is good because I actually really enjoy its sci-fi take on like immortality and social structure and just apathy and living forever and what that's like. I think that it's really interesting to me. I don't think it's super profound, but the way that it like presents that concept, I just think is done in a way where it's actually interesting to engage with. Okay, I'm actually going to do the lips in a separate layer just in case I screw this up or I don't like the shade. Bill and Ted is hyper underrated. I don't know if Bill and Ted is underrated, but I do want to agree because it's like one of my favorite films. I genuinely love Bill and Ted. It's like embarrassing because the sequence in Bill and Ted where they travel to the future and there's like the in time sequence, that scene like genuinely makes me emotional in like a way that I don't think the movie intends. I don't think the movie wants you to take it as seriously as I do. But I don't know why that scene just like really hits me and makes me emotional. Bill and Ted's great. Highly recommend to like literally everyone. It's one of those movies where the movie itself is very intelligent, but its main characters are incredibly stupid. So the sci-fi equivalent of Excalibur. Yeah, I would say so. I think Excalibur had a bigger budget, but it's kind of like that, yeah. I'm going to blend this lip a little bit. Oh, come on. Don't lag on me and make me rearrange my tools over here. No, not that one. Just a regular blend, I guess. Nah, I don't like that either. Fingertip? I don't know. No, I'm actually going to erase it a little bit and then blend it. There we go, and then go to blend. There we go, that's better. Okay. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. It's such a good film. And there's like little things about it that they did not have to get that historically accurate, but they did. Things like Aristotle in the movie never, like none of the characters that come from other countries speak English in that film. They all speak their actual languages. And you think in a dumb movie like Bill and Ted, they wouldn't bother with something small like that. But the fact that they stuck to that, I think is very commendable. And the only person who speaks English when he's not from an English-speaking country is Sigmund Freud. And that's because the real Sigmund Freud could speak English. Like, there's little details like that all over the movie, where you can tell they really, like, paid attention to a lot of things behind the camera, which they didn't really need to do, but they did. And the fact that Joan of Arc is the correct age in the movie, because a lot of movies get that wrong. But in Bill and Ted, for some reason, they wanted to make her 14, which is what she actually was in real life. At least when she started. I think she was 14 at first. I know that she was executed, I think it's 17, if I remember correctly. But there's a lot of little things where they really took the extra time to just add a level of understanding to the historical characters, where they didn't need to go that far, but they did. And I appreciate it. And a lot of the lines in that movie is just like really cleverly written. One of my favorite lines in that movie that I think is really, really funny, just because it's so good, is when they've arrested all the historic figures and they're trying to take down like their legal details for the police record. And of course they're having a hard time because all these historical people are giving their historical names and dates of birth. So the police think that they're just fucking with them. And there's a great scene where there was one police officer who's just so exasperated, is trying to get the details from Sigmund Freud. And he's like, why do you think you're Sigmund Freud? And then Sigmund Freud is sitting in this chair with like his therapist body language, and Sigmund Freud's just like why do you think I'm not Sigmund Freud? Like he's put the cop in therapy. It's so funny. Freud was a mess. Yeah, no, Freud, the real person, not a good person. Freud, bad. bad ideas, complete lack of understanding in psychology, necessary to the development of psychology, but no. No. Still makes it a funny movie though. Bill and Ted, like, just because it's a dumb comedy doesn't mean it has to be ignorant. Exactly. Just like it's clever. I just find it a clever movie. Its main characters are stupid, but the movie itself is clever. And I think that's where a lot of comedies fall short, where they think because their characters are stupid that the movie just kind of has to be stupid. I've seen so many comedies do that. You know, well, I used to, back when Hollywood actually made comedies instead of just making Marvel movies, and then Marvel movies have to fulfill the role of being a comedy as well as a superhero movie, but that's a whole different tangent. Have you watched Bon Cop, Bad Cop? No, I'm not familiar with that one. Like I said, I need to stop watching less garbage YouTube and actually watch like actual series. And I think, like I said before, I think Triple R will be the next one on the chopping block for me. Because it's rather ridiculous. I haven't seen it yet. Everybody's been telling me to watch it. My friends have been telling me to watch it. And it's on Netflix. I have it easily available to me. I just need to sit down and like commit the 3 hours to do so. Although maybe you guys know what language is the original language for RRR. Is it Hindi or was it filmed in a different language? So just so I know which version to watch, because I don't like watching dubs. I always prefer to watch a movie in its original recorded language. Was it Hindi or was it something else? Garbage YouTube is art. What's garbage? Mostly just like commentary channel stuff and drama stuff. Drama that doesn't affect me in any way, shape or form. and just like talking about train wrecks on the internet. And then I can sit and do my art or editing or animating and just be like, wow, that's so crazy, and not really think about it much deeper than that. Telugu, is that the recorded language? Because I think it's in multiple languages on our Netflix, because South Africa has a very, very large Indian population. So our Netflix actually has a very large variety of Bollywood movies. Well, I say Bollywood, but you know what I mean. Like Indian-made movies, whether it's any of the Indian movies, not just Bollywood. So a lot of the Indian movies on our Netflix will be available in multiple languages. And they'll like have them as separate video files, I've noticed. I don't know why that is. I don't know whether the movies are cut for different parts of India. I'm not entirely sure. But you guys are saying Telugu is the language that it was recorded in? I mean, I could Google. You know what? I could Google, but I grew up before Google was a thing. So my natural inclination is just to ask like a real person. Okay, and now, like I'm literally just, I'm going to do the PNG and I'm going to like leave the PNG, like as I'm going to leave like all the white background just because I think that's funny. And let me actually cut some of it. There's a lot of background here. Let's do this. Just do that. Oh, but if I do that, I have to put it underneath her. Okay, hold on. Keep clicking the wrong thing. There we go. I have to do it under the color layer. There we go. I'm gonna duplicate this and erase where necessary. There we go. I checked. You may get a close enough approximation with a Hindi dub, but the actual film is Telugu. Let me actually check because I'm not going to remember that. Let's go to Netflix quickly. I think my connection is stable enough. It seems to be okay now. I still don't know why it was like having a tantrum earlier. Of course it was having a tantrum the 5 minutes that I was about to go live. It had no problems the entire day. And then the 5 minutes I want to go live, it has a problem. Let's see. RRR. Yeah, the one we've got is Hindi. Let me check if it has a language option. Let me see. I don't see. I might be able to change it to a different language once I'm actually in the movie, but the version that's on our Netflix is the Hindi one. I'm guessing it's because we have more people who speak Hindi in my country than we do people who speak Telugu. Do I do backgrounds? I do, but I need to do them more because... Oh, my phone is dying. My phone has been chowing battery lately. I don't know what's wrong with it. I charged it this morning and it was 100. Now it's at like 5%. I don't know what it's doing. Anyway, backgrounds are something I need to do more of just to get better at, because I like drawing characters, right? So I spent a very large amount of my time drawing characters as I was improving with art. And I didn't spend as much time improving on backgrounds as I did. So it's something where I kind of have to do catch up with my art just to kind of get it to a level where I'm happy with it. I actually want to go and do on-site painting because I live by the sea, right? So I've got all this nice landscape and like nice things I can use as reference just around me in the environment. It's just been too cold, so I haven't been doing that lately. I always thought Lae'Zel was a lot more green than she is. I might give a slight green tint to her skin just to sell that more. Can we put a PNG of bread in the lower right-hand corner for the lols? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, no, sure. Why not? I'll see if I can get the exact bread from High Guardian Spice, although Googling that might take too long, but I'll try. I'll see if I can get the exact bread PNG they used. I know very little about Indian films, but from what I do, Tollywood can be quite unhinged, and I mean that in a good way. Yeah, that's the thing. I forget. I know there's Bollywood, and then I know there are two others, but I forget the names exactly. But I know they all have like their own flavor and style. There we go. Oops. But I know most people just kind of use Bollywood as a catch-all term for Indian movies, which isn't accurate. Especially because the style and the way the movie is made and like what people expect from that kind of movie is completely different from like a Bollywood movie, which is very, very specific. I need to do this because I did not include her skin here for some reason. There we go. At the risk of sounding like a talk show host, what was it like working on Unicorn Warriors Eternal? It was really cool. I really, really enjoyed working on that a lot. It was a little bit nerve-wracking because it was one of the biggest projects I'd worked on up to that point. And but as far as like working on it went, that was a very good experience. I really enjoyed the people I was working with, and I'm still working with the studio on and off. And I find them a very, very good studio to work with, mainly because their communication is so easy. Because I find that one of the biggest headaches when it comes to animating with the studio is communication. Even if they do like the best product you can imagine, if the studio's communication is bad, it's just a nightmare to work with them, even if you're working on like a really good project. So the communication between me and the studio for Unicorn Warriors was really easy. I was never confused as to what was going on. I was never confused as to what was expected of me. I was never uncertain as to what I needed to be working on. I was never uncertain as to, are we hitting deadline? Are we behind? I was never confused with the feedback when they gave me corrections. I was never wondering, what are they asking me to change? Like, it was all very clear. So it was an extremely positive experience just because I felt like I was working with real professionals. So, very, very good experience. And it's one of the reasons why I've stuck with that studio for such a long time. It's just because I feel we work very well together. Way more than two. Almost every state in India speaks a different language and they have their own film industries. Oh, okay. I was under the impression it was only three. That there was Bollywood and then there were two others. At least that's what I thought. But I'm not super well versed in the Indian movie industry as a whole. I've seen Indian movies, but I'm not as clued into how they do things. I'm really overheating in this jacket. I might have to take this off as well. I know I took off a jacket, but I need to take off another jacket. I don't think it's 6 degrees anymore. I think it's warmed up a little bit. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. I can breathe again. 6 degrees sound nice? No, it is not nice. It is freezing. I would check, but again, my phone's battery is being funny. I don't know whether it needs an update or something. I know that's like a riveting conversation to listen to. I'm just thinking it, so I'm like saying it out loud. You're having winter right now? Yeah, it's winter here. It's gonna be winter. It's gonna be super cold until about September. But July tends to be like the worst in terms of temperatures. July is just always really, really cold. And the thing is, my country doesn't really, we don't really do like indoor climate control at all. At best, you might find a few people who are like on the wealthier side. They'll have like 1 or 2 rooms that have aircon in them, and it'll usually be like the living room. But on the whole, we just don't do climate control whatsoever. So if it's like -3 degrees, that is the temperature inside the house as well. And there's not much you can do about it. That's just what the temperature is. August is the worst in terms of heat here. Yeah, I can believe it. It's like here the worst for heat is February. February, you just cook in the sun. It's so hot. Depends where you are. Where I live, it's relatively mild. But in Joburg, it can get up to like 32, 33. And if you're like way up north, it can start hitting in like the high 40s. I wanted to say low 40s. That's not what I meant. The high 40s, like it'll be 45, 46, 47. And that's really unpleasant. Not a fan of that at all. And then Durban, I think Durban is just always hot. I think Durban is just permanently hot because they're more tropical and they're on the Indian Ocean. They probably get colder. I haven't been to Durban that much. I just know that when it's hot in Durban, you just swim from one location to the other because it's so humid. Fun fact, Hotline Miami, a game where you kill Russian mobsters, is actually loved by Russians. I know Fear and Hunger has like a massive Russian fan base as well. Speaking of which, my brother informs me that apparently there's like a remake of the Stalker game coming out. I've never played the original Stalker, but my brother is a massive fan of the original Stalker. And he was saying it, like a remake is coming out, but I think it's by the same people who did the original Stalker game. And I say game specifically because there's also a movie and there's also the novel Roadside Picnic, but specifically the game. I just don't know whether it's the same people, but I think it is, from what he told me. He's a little concerned because my brother was actually really disappointed by the Final Fantasy VII remake, because he loves Final Fantasy VII, and he really was not on board for the remake whatsoever. I haven't paid the remake much attention because as much as Final Fantasy VII had like a place in my childhood, it's not my favorite Final Fantasy VII. It's not my favorite Final Fantasy VII. It's not my favorite Final Fantasy. And I don't think it really hit me on an emotional level the way it did my brother. I'm much more a bigger fan of Final Fantasy IX. That's the one that I like the most. Yeah, that remake was... Oh, sorry, clicked the mic. That remake was disappointing. Changed plenty of stuff in a bad way. Yeah, I heard the first part people were a little bit unsure, but apparently with the next part that's come out, the way they used certain characters, specifically Zack, was apparently really disappointing. I heard a lot of people say Zack was extremely underused in terms of the narrative. I haven't looked into it too much. I should do more of that. I should watch Vinny play it, because I know Vinny played at least the first episode, part, whatever you want to call it. And I know I think Vinny was fine with it. I don't think Vinny was disappointed by it. But I think it would be like a good measure. Especially because I watched Vinny play all of Final Fantasy VI. And having never played Final Fantasy VI, I really enjoyed that. I really thought that was a phenomenal game. Just like as somebody watching somebody else play it on the internet. Really, really enjoyed that a lot. Kind of reminds me of Pokemon Black and White, where the season would change every month. Am I also a Vivi fan? Yes, I really like Zidane. Like, I really like Zidane and his character. I have a soft spot for characters who are like all kooky and wacky to kind of hide up like deeper trauma. I'm a big fan of that. Chrono Trigger is amazing. But if we're sticking with just Final Fantasy games, X is my favorite. I can see that. You know what? I went through a long period where I highly disliked X. And I will admit, it's not because of him, but Spoonie did play a part in that. But I disliked Final Fantasy X before Spoonie made his review on it. For many of the reasons Spoonie disliked it. However, as I've gotten older and I've watched a lot of people like replay it and go through it again, I've learned to appreciate that game a lot more. And I think I'm at the point now where the problems I had with it in the past don't really feel like big problems anymore. And I've kind of swayed in the other direction where I think that it's a much better story than I gave it credit for originally when it came out. I think that it genuinely is a good game with a highly interesting story. And I think one of my mistakes originally was I would complain about Tidus's character. And I didn't realize that the problems I had with Tidus's character were things that, yes, he was supposed to be that way. The reason he's a dumbass is because they meant for him to be a dumbass. That's his personality. It's not a mistake that you found that he was stupid. That's his character. He's not supposed to be like super smart. That's who he is. And it took me a while to kind of realize that, the things that I thought were problems were entirely intentional. And I think at the time when it came out, its entire like theme of death and loss and grief and all of that was kind of lost on me when I was younger. Whereas when I got older, it kind of, I clicked with the themes of the game a lot more. I had a much better understanding of what it was trying to go for and what it was trying to like talk about in terms of its main narrative. And I just grew to appreciate it a lot more as I became older versus when it came out. Originally, I was like, what the hell is this? What is this game? Why is it like this? Why are the characters like this? Like, I didn't get it. A good example, just as a microcosm of the bigger issues, is Tidus's outfit, where one pants leg is longer than the other. Somebody pointed out that the reason it's like that is because his throwing arm for Blitzball has a weighted gauntlet on it. So his pants are asymmetrical because it's supposed to offset the extra weight of the gauntlet when he's underwater. There's a marked reason why it looks like that. It's not just looking that way for like weird fashion reasons, although with Nomura that's entirely possible. There's an actual thought out reason why it looks like that. And it's like, so it's not just to be weird. There's like a thought process behind it. And that's how I feel like when Vinny makes fun of Sora in Kingdom Hearts. Whenever Vinny makes fun of the fact that Sora's shoes are enormous, I'm like, well, yes, because Sora's original outfit is supposed to be Mickey Mouse. He's supposed to have the Mickey Mouse red shorts and the Mickey Mouse yellow shoes. That's the point why that outfit looks that way. And it just seems like Vinny like doesn't realize that that's the design, like the thought process behind the design. So that was me and Tidus's design, where I thought a lot of his design was just weird for the sake of being weird, when no, they actually put a lot of thought into why it looks a certain way. Okay, I am just going to give some detail to her eyes and the metal parts and her hair, because I like giving a little bit more detail just to kind of make the drawing more alive. Do that. I think her eyes are always yellow. Let me just check out some reference material here quickly, because I have a few over here so I can just look at it and make sure I understand what's going on. Here it's kind of more olive than yellow. Let's grab this one. Yeah, it's got like a slightly more green outer layer to it, and then it's almost more like amber in the middle. Okay. Hey, how do I say your name? Viljam the Ninja. New here, just discovered your channel the past week. Currently watching Recreators from your recommendation. Oh, thank you. You're awesome. Thank you so much. I hope you like Recreators. I genuinely love that anime. It's so good. I want to rewatch it because there's a lot of it I've forgotten. But I really want to like get into that and like really dive into it now that I know I like it as much as I do. Versus when I watched it the first time where I just kind of, you just sit and watch the anime. But now that I know, oh no, this is genuinely like one of my favorites, I need to sit down and like absorb it properly. But as I said, I've been distracted with Dungeon Meshi lately. Do you like the way you say girl? I say girl with quite an American accent. You guys probably can't tell. In my country, it's more girl. Yes, girl is more how I'd say here. But my accent's kind of a mess, quite frankly. I don't know why. It might be from too much television. It might be because I studied in Vancouver for a while. But whatever the reason, my accent's a bit of a mess. Though ironically, I wasn't paying attention when you did the sword. It sort of looks like you rotoscoped it. No, it's just like a PNG I plopped in there. I was saying I was going to just trace it because I didn't feel like putting in the brain effort of drawing it properly while I'm on stream and trying to talk at the same time. And then somebody said, why not just keep it a JPEG? And I couldn't find a proper JPEG with like the transparency squares. So that was my best approximation of that. Do that. Do that. I love Cpuff's way of saying girl. It's going to be one of those words now where I'm going to like analyze how I say it and it's not going to sound like a real word for a while. I'm actually going to do this and I'm going to put this on linear just so I can give this some side shading. No, that's too rich. No. That'll work. There we go. Vancouver will definitely deep fry your accent. It really did. I was only there for 2 years while I was studying, but it really did a number on my accent. There we go. Do that. And also my accent, since I've moved down south, my accent was a lot more British when I was living in Joburg. But because I've moved down south now, it's kind of adopted a way a lot of the people here speak English. And because people here are usually more Afrikaans than English, they have a very specific way of speaking English. And I've kind of started leaning more into speaking it that way just by being here, right? So again, the accent's a complete mess. There we go. Do the skin. Oh, I want to give it like a slight green tint because she doesn't finished yet. So it's also one of those things where it's like I kind of want to wait until I've seen all of it before I say with confidence that it's... Oh no, did the connection die? Hold on. No data? Oh no! Why no data? Come on. Why are you saying no data? Stream is healthy? Okay, I'm back. Ay. At least YouTube is holding in there this time. It's holding in there. It's doing its best. Unlike last time where it's like, okay, bye. It sounds good, but you die. Well, let me try and finish this thing. I want to finish this picture before I allow the internet to just completely die on me. But as I was saying, Dungeon Meshi would probably go on my top favorite list now. However, I do want to finish it before I can say that with confidence. Because you know how it is. It might completely drop the ball at the end. And that greatly affects whether you still want to call something your favorite or not, right? But so far, so good. Do this. There we go. don't want to go too crazy. I just kind of want to give it a little bit so people can tell what's going on in this drawing. There we go. Am I correct in assuming you prefer Western RPGs to JRPGs? I don't know. I think when I was younger, I vastly preferred JRPGs, but I think the reason why is because when I was younger, JRPGs had stories, whereas but Western video games, unless you were playing something on like the PC, they generally didn't focus on story as much. And so I had this idea that I liked JRPGs more. But this was before I discovered things like Tormented, Planescape Tormented, or even the original Fallout, because the games my brother was playing on the PC with things like Quake and Civilizations and Age of Empires and things like that. And the only game that actually had a plot that he played was Morrowind. So I love Morrowind, I still love Morrowind. But I had this idea that JRPGs had stories, whereas Western games didn't, which, isn't correct, but that was my understanding at the time. So back in the day, I think I preferred... Oh, thank you, Malware Bytes. Back in the day, I think I preferred JRPGs, but these days, I think I prefer Western RPGs more. Just because I'm not the biggest fan of the direction that a lot of JRPGs have gone into. I'm not super fond of the way that they've really memorpaged the single player JRPGs, because I don't play memorpagas, right? And they've really adopted a lot of like memorpaga styles of gameplay into standalone single player JRPGs, and I don't like those. If I liked that style of gameplay, I would play a memorpaga. I wouldn't play a single player game. So I would say that's why I think I generally prefer Western RPGs these days, but it's complicated. I've only heard good things about Dungeon Meshi. It's very good. It starts off all like light-hearted and wacky, and the further you go into the show and the more is revealed to you, the more you're like, oh no, this is a vastly different anime than I thought I was watching. It's very good. It's very, very good. I heard somebody compare it a bit to Full Metal Alchemist, and I think that's an accurate assumption in terms of like what you think you're watching at the start of the show versus the show you actually end up watching as you realize what it is you've gotten yourself into. I'm curious, opinion on D&D Kobold design versus Dungeon Meshi Kobold design. I think I prefer the D&D one because as much as I like the Japanese take on orcs, where they're much more pig-like, I'm not a big fan on the Japanese version of kobolds, where they're basically just like dog people. I find that a lot more boring, quite frankly. It might just be me, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion! But yeah, I think I prefer the Western take on kobolds. So Dungeon Meshi does a trick somewhere between Utena and Madoka in terms of genre shifting. It's not even that it genre shifts, it does the frog boiling, where the more you watch it, the slower, the more and more you realize that things are shifting in terms of tone, but it does so very slowly after a long period of time. It's not like Madoka, where by episode 3, you suddenly realize what you've walked into. It's more that as you learn more about the world setting, the more you realize how fucked everything is. Start of Dungeon Meshi. Ha, they use the meat of monsters. How funny. Middle of Dungeon Meshi. Oh no, they're using the meats of monsters to create dark magic. Yeah, pretty much. It's very good though. Highly recommend. Oh no, I want to... Actually, that's a good question. Does anybody know what color Gith blood is? I know that's such a strange thing to ask, but the reason why I ask is because that often influences what color you give like blush and parts of the character that light shines through. So do Githyanki actually have red blood, or do they have a different color? I'm honestly curious because I don't know. Dungeon Meshi's world is a nightmare, but you don't know because not even the average character realizes it. Yeah, that's what it, like, you more and more realize how screwed up the world is, but because you're following regular people in the anime, and they either already know or they're completely unaware. So you don't realize what a mess everything is because either characters know or they don't bother talking about it. And so as you learn more and you're like, it's just a growing example of like, oh no, oh no, oh no, this is getting so bad. This is getting so bad. Thank you, Avina. Thanks, Catharsis. I'll be sure to thank her when she pipes up. Yeah, they're green? Is the Githyanki blood green? Or are you just saying green because she's got some green on her? I need to know. It's important for science. Need to add like the shine on her lip as well. Scare here, sparkle, sparkle. Where's lip? Hair highlight. Ripple. Where's Ari? No. Kirari. Yeah, here we go. Rip. Let's wait for that to load. Oh, there we go. Okay.
You have received a new message.
Thank you, Havina. There we go. The DLC, oh, you're talking about Elden Ring. I have a friend who's like super into Elden Ring. Specifically, they're a big fan of Mog. And I know that they were supremely upset with the DLC because they felt it ruined or screwed up a lot of the lore. And they were wondering whether even the people who made the DLC were familiar with the lore of the base game. Now, I don't play Elden Ring, so I can't speak. And all I know is from what they say. But I do know that they seem to be quite upset with some of the things the lore has decided. Where they just feel, no, that's incorrect. That doesn't gel with what we know from the base game. So that's all I know about Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just as good as FromSoft's other games. The reason why it blew people away was because normies finally got to play a FromSoft game without the media screaming about Dark Souls. I heard on EFAP, and it was one of those things where I don't have any like personal investment in the conversation, but the person says something and you're like, you can hear the audience like sharpening their knives as this comes out of this person's mouth. I forget who it was on the EFAP crew, but one of them said that Elden Ring is Skyrim for people who think they're too good for Skyrim. And when he said that, I'm like, I don't know anything about Elden Ring, but I know that when he said that, there is not a small amount of the audience who are going to send him like the longest death threat in his DMs he will ever have gotten in his life for that statement. I was like, oh no. Probably Theo? Yeah, probably. I was like, I've got no horse in this race, but even I know, oh no, that's not the kind of thing you want to say on a podcast, my dude. That is fair, Chris. That is fair criticism. They took a lot of liberties with the lore in the DLC. Yes, and because she's one of the because they're one of those people where they genuinely care about the lore, it just frustrates them that so much of it was gotten wrong, especially when it villainizes, apparently, I'm talking about my friend here, it villainizes Mog in a way that they felt was unfair, because they were like, Mog is not a good person, but please be accurate about the parts of him that are not good. Don't make up things that he didn't do, because he did a lot of bad things. Like, stick to the things he actually did if you're going to criticize him. Again, I'm paraphrasing here because I've never played Elden Ring. I hope you'll at least check out Metaphore Fantasio when it comes out. I'm probably a bit biased since I'm a massive SMT Persona fan, but it seems like a game you might be into. I'm a big fan of Persona 4. I really enjoyed Persona 4 a large amount, so I might be into it. Persona 4 is genuinely, what an absolute brilliant game that is. Really big fan. Absolutely love that game. Am I on the right thing? Yes, I am. Do that. It made him spawn in a grand scheme. Again, I don't know. I can only tell you what my friend's issues were with it. So even if you correct what my friend has to say about it, I can't say anything about it because I don't actually know what they're talking about because I've never played Elden Ring. So I just sit there and I'm like, naruhodo, you know? It's like that Pop Team Epic panel where she's like, I understand, and then there's an arrow pointing at her and it's like, doesn't understand at all. A Kanji best boy. Kanji is best boy. Kanji is such a great character in Persona 4. Genuinely, really big fan of his. I still need to finish my playthrough of Persona 4, but I do love that game. I stopped playing right at the final boss because it's and I'm talking the final boss. I'm talking the final boss that you have to know to do a bunch of stuff to get the final boss. I'm talking about that final boss. It's really difficult. It's a really difficult boss, and I needed a break, and as usual, I put it down and haven't picked it back up again. Luckily, I remember most of that game, so when I get back to it, I literally just need to fight that boss, and I'll have beaten the game. I don't need to replay it or anything. Kinda curious, does your friend, the storyboarder, have an opinion on what's the most well storyboarded scene in animation history? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'll have to ask him. That's actually a very good question. I'll definitely ask him and hear what his opinion is on that, because that's something worthwhile talking about. I couldn't even begin to guess. Again, because storyboarding, that's not my department. I understand it, but I can't judge it on the level of somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, right? I can and I can't, because I can recognize bad storyboarding, especially as somebody who does animation. I can tell when a problem is due to storyboarding, not animation. But if storyboarding looks good, I just accept that it looks good. I'm not somebody who can sit there and evaluate when storyboarding is genuinely impressive and why it's impressive. I might be able to recognize this shot looks good, this composition looks good, but I can't sit there and be genuinely impressed by the skill that happens in storyboarding, just because it's just not something I have the knowledge about to that degree. Because when storyboarding and animation is done correctly, you don't notice it. That's the big trick. When something in animation is done well, you don't think about it because you're not supposed to. Because if you have the audience thinking about the technicalities of how the movie was made, you failed as a filmmaker. Because your job is for the person watching your product to get immersed in the reality of your world. So if you have the audience sitting there and thinking about the technicalities of how well something is done, then you've failed as a filmmaker, quite frankly. And again, because it's not my department, it's difficult because when storyboarding is done well, all I can see is a well done shot. So it's much harder to pick out the parts of it that are done well and why it works. Versus animation, because that's more my department, it's much easier for me to recognize why something was done well in that case. And why it's as impressive as it is and all of that. This is why I often refer to my friend when it comes to storyboarding when I review shows like My Adventures with Superman, because I know he has knowledge that I don't. So I will refer to him and ask his input on certain things, because I feel he'd be able to give a much better explanation of things than I could. But I think it is a case of that meme where people underestimate the lack of knowledge other people have on a certain subject just because they're like, well, I'm not an expert on this, so I don't have the knowledge. And it's like, yes, but you don't understand the level that a layman is at when it comes to these discussions, because a layman is so much further down the ladder than you are, even if you don't have all the information. It's one of those, I think. Hey, Pudding Dead. Nice choice of character. Yes, I finally got my gaming laptop to a working state. So I'm celebrating with some Baldur's Gate 3 art. But I didn't feel like drawing armor on stream when I'm trying to talk. So I just put her in her camp clothing. And I didn't feel like drawing a sword. So originally I was just going to trace over an asset. And somebody suggested just to put like a JPEG there. So that's what we've done. For me, one that's in the running is the Be Our Guest number in Beauty and the Beast, which was done by Joe Rumpf. The fact that it's a musical makes it clear how he staged it to intend the pun. I mean, I can see that. I need to rewatch that just to kind of assess it on a technical level, but I can understand what you mean, yeah. My mind would be on something with a shifting perspective, I would say. Because shifting perspectives in animation, especially traditional animation, is just like, oh, it's so tricky, if not borderline impossible. Like even in Beauty and the Beast, the shifting perspective of the ballroom scene, they cheated, quote unquote, by using 3D, not for the characters, but for the environment, just because doing it in 2D is such a pain. But my guess would be something with impressive storyboarding would be something with like really shifting perspective, or with like multiple parts moving at the same time, something like that. I think that goes for most art. When something is done really well, it sucks you in and turns your critical brain off. Not because you're not thinking, but because it's just making you feel. You know what? That's how I often evaluate movies. Where if I'm watching the movie and halfway into the movie, sometimes I'll realize, holy shit, I haven't been thinking about anything to do with how this is constructive. I've just been watching the movie. That's usually how I can tell it's a good film. Because if I'm sitting there, and just because it's my line of work, my brain is almost always working on like filmmaking settings. So when those settings get turned off, it's like, oh, this is a good film. Because I'm not even thinking about any of that stuff. I'm literally just sitting here watching the movie. There we go. Do that. Do that. Again, I'm not doing like serious in-depth coloring. I just want to give it a little bit, just to give it a little bit of depth. There we go. Oh no, wait. I want to do it like this. No, wait. I know what I want. Make this thicker. And then we'll put the shine where it's supposed to go. So now we go here. And now we do that. Make it a little lighter. Do that. There we go. Turns out the greatest storyboarding of all time was season 7, episode 4 of Peppa Pig. I don't even know if Peppa Pig does storyboarding. If it does, like the storyboarding is probably like part of the animation. As far as they're concerned, like the storyboarding is probably to such a degree where most of the animating is already done by the time the storyboarding gets to the animators. There we go. Is there anything else I need to add? I think I just want to add some coloring to her line art, and then I think I'm done. Do this and just bring it a little bit more into the green. That's a bit dark. There we go, just to ease up on some of these. And in here, you can probably hear me like hitting the hotkeys on my tablet like crazy here as I'm zooming in and out. Usually when something works, you don't realize when think about it half the time. Yeah, And again, that's your job as a filmmaker. Your job as a filmmaker is to get people to believe in the story and the characters. Your job as a filmmaker is not to sit there and have people applaud your technique. Because again, then you failed at your job. It's part of the reason, it's part of the reason I get very annoyed with voice actors when people like applaud voice actors and make them come out and tell you about their character, and I get very, very annoyed partly because that's how Dragon Age Inquisition was ruined for me, but that's a complicated story. But also because I'm like, why are you parading the voice actors in front of me when the entire point of the voice actor's job is to disappear and make me believe in the character they're playing? I don't understand this. It's such ass backwards logic to me. And I know why. I understand the marketing reason as to why. But, you know, as somebody who works in film, it's like, well, that's not a good reason. Roger Allers and Brenda Chapman storyboarded that ballroom, and they pulled out all the stops knowing they could trust James Barker and the CG department to match their technical eye. Yeah, that one might be up there for best storyboarded sequence. I'd have to think about that because it's a very good question. Because the thing is as well, even if a shot is very, very technical, sometimes the storyboards might be extremely rough, and then I don't know whether I want to give the storyboards the credit, which should really go to the layout artist or the animator. Because maybe the scene is very impressive, but it's not because the storyboard was extremely detailed. It was more the storyboard just giving a broad idea and it being up to the artist to bring that to life. Oops. And I think that's it for Lae'Zel. I'm just going to turn my tablet off, so this is my computer, not yours. And I'm going to full screen this, and then I'm going to switch so you guys can have this on the screen. I should probably save. There we go. There we go. Why do I keep forgetting to write words? Yeah, mood. Oh, thanks, Indigo. Thanks for the super chat. Chances of reviewing the new Batman show. I got a chuckle out of gender-swapped penguin. Is it a live-action show or an animated show? Because I heard somebody else mention that and I couldn't figure it out. And I tried looking it up, but annoyingly, there was a Batman cartoon in the 90s that was called The New Batman Adventures. So when I search for like new Batman cartoon, that's the one that comes up because of its title, which it's extremely annoying. So what's the topic of discussion tonight? We're just talking all over the place, quite frankly. Luckily my connection is holding out. Thank you, Avina. My connection is holding out. It was kind of dying here and there throughout the stream, but it survived, and hopefully it'll survive until after I'm done saying goodbye. Sword PNG hits it just right. Yeah, I like it. Whoever suggested that. Oh, we wanted to put bread in the corner. Hold on, let me see if I can find the High Guardian Spice bread. High Guardian Spice bread PNG. It's showing me screenshots. I don't know if it shows like the PNG that they got it from. And I'm a little too lazy to sit and like edit a screenshot to just be the bread. I mean, I could probably just do like normal bread PNG. We can do it that way. Here we go. Here's a great one because it's one of those fake PNG, so it has like all the stupid squares on it. Copy image. Go here, paste. There we go. We'll just put that there. And go back to live stream. Since you say you want to play Metal Gear, any hope of your thoughts on the other? I want to make movies, but I am stuck making games. Director David Cage. I don't know if I would do like a video on him. That's like something I think I would more discuss on stream. I don't know what to make of David Cage because I genuinely think Connor's story in Detroit Become Human is very well done. I genuinely like both Connor and Hank. I really like how Connor's story unfolds. I really like that entire part of Detroit Become Human. But the thing is, everything else about Detroit Become Human is not good. It's really not a well-written game at all. Sometimes it's not even written like competently. There are some points in that game where the writing is just like, what? Why? Why any of this? Why? It's like baffling how badly it's done, some of it. But then you have like this section of it. You have this little part of this horrendous game that is like genuinely well written, with characters I genuinely like and am emotionally invested in, to the point that even if there are problems with Connor's story, I'm willing to overlook them because I like Connor and Hank and their plot so much. Like, that part I really like. But everything surrounding it is like, oh dude, David, why? Why are you doing this, David? And he himself, he kind of gives me a bit of the ick, because he does that, he did that thing where he had a nude model of Elliot Page in one of his games, when Elliot Page has a very, very hard no nudity clause in his contract. So, and David Cage just kind of ignored that and made a model of Elliot Page for that game. And the thing is, this was pre-transition, so Elliot was still presenting female. So it's very obvious that the only reason David Cage did that is because, well, he found Elliot Page hot. But now that Elliot Page has transitioned and is now a transmasc person, David Cage is doing that thing where he's like, I'm not transphobic, I have a trans friend. And it's very gross. I just find it gives me the ick, even though he's not like he didn't do something horrible like exploit children or whatever. It's just enough for me to be like, oh no, can we not like use another human being who you already exploited as your shield? Can we not do that, please? You know, you already mistreated this person, and now you're like holding them up as a shield to protect you from criticism. Yeah, no, bad vibes all around. So, David Cage, Heavy Rain, I liked some of Heavy Rain, but I think the parts I liked most about Heavy Rain are the things he took from other media. I think he's very French. Yeah. The parts I like most about Heavy Rain are like things that he took directly from places like Twin Peaks and Seven, because he's like obsessed with that movie. And everything I liked about Heavy Rain, he did again in Detroit Become Human with Connor's character, and he did it better. So I prefer Detroit Become Human. And Two Souls, no, just a whole lot of no to everything about that game. And I don't even know anything about Fahrenheit except the fact that it's apparently a nightmare to try and play. So yeah, those are my thoughts on David Cage. Genuinely like Connor and Hank. Everything else, mid to bad. And David Cage himself kind of gives me the ick. So that's my opinion. That being said, I do encourage people to watch like a YouTube playthrough of like Connor's story, because again, within a vacuum, I think it's actually highly enjoyable. Even if there are problems with it, even if some of the logic doesn't make sense, those two characters are so likable that I can overlook a lot of nonsense just because I'm invested in these characters. I'm invested in where their story is going, and I'm invested in what happens to them. So it's one of those where the characters are written well enough where you can excuse a lot of nonsense because you're invested. So you're like, okay, I know that doesn't make sense, but whatever. I still want to know what's going on with these characters. I see people in chat, Jason, Sean. My throat is like giving up on me. Otherwise, I can't do a proper Sean. I can do the Jason though. Jason, because he does it in such a weird way. because it's literally like, Jason. We could have had an awesome buddy cop game with just Connor and Hank. Yeah, again, if it was just those two characters, I'd be perfectly happy. But David Cage himself is a very pretentious person, and I don't think that's like an unfair thing to say. I think it's just an observation, and I don't think a lot of people would disagree with me. The very fact that he says things like, a game over is not the failure of the player. A game over is the failure of the video game, because a game should not be designed with a game over. Like, I can kind of understand what he's trying to say, but the way he says it is so pretentious. Just like his way of expressing his thoughts and ideas. Where what he's actually trying to say is he feels that games should have more splintering directions based on player choice. It shouldn't just revert you back to a state when you fail. But the fact that he says that all games that have game overs are badly made because games shouldn't have game overs, it's just a pretentious thing to say. So again, that's my opinion of him. Kind of an ick person and rather pretentious. And I think his pretentiousness is one of those things that harms his games. I think if he was less up his own ass, his games would do much better if he wasn't like so pretentious about what he makes, right? You like Heavy Rain? I can understand why. Like Heavy Rain, I think I like it less than I used to because in the meantime I've actually seen C7N and I've seen Twin Peaks. So I kind of realized that, oh, that's why I liked Heavy Rain. It's because of these other things which he put in Heavy Rain. And then again, my favorite character in Heavy Rain is the FBI agent who is just done better in Detroit Become Human with Connor's character, where I just think Connor is a much better realized version of that character. Instead of game over, have no fail states, so rarely anything you fail to do matters. Yeah, but then I think of like, again, Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, you can do so many things in that game which splinters the game off in wild directions, where the game has made, it has an understanding of doing things wildly insane that in other games would just result in a game over. The fact that you could reach the end boss with every single one of your party members having left or died, like permadeaths, is just fascinating. The way it handles morality and like the different ways you can handle your own character's morality and how that affects the ending. There's just so much in that game you can change just by the way you play it, and that's why I find it rather intimidating, because there's so much that you can change in that game. And as a first-time player who's used to Mass Effect, where I know how to get the perfect story that I enjoy out of Mass Effect. I know every single checkbox I need to hit to get the story the way I want it. So playing Baldur's Gate 3, where so much can change based on your choices, is really nerve-wracking to me because I'm avoiding spoilers like the plague. So I don't always know if what I'm doing is going to result in a good outcome, because the game doesn't just end when I make a bad decision. And sometimes the bad decision only becomes apparent like 70 hours later. So it's a little nerve-wracking for me. What's your opinion on Deadly Premonition? Was my favorite Spoonie episode before I could play it myself, and he absolutely loved it, I suppose. I really enjoy Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition, I think, is a really fun game, and I actually think the ending, which I won't spoil, but the ending of Deadly Premonition, I think is unironically good. I think the majority of Deadly Premonition is ironically funny and enjoyable in like a cheesy way, but the ending, I think, genuinely hits the emotions well. And like I actually cared what happened to the characters at the end of Deadly Premonition. Like I genuinely cared about the outcome for these characters and the things they go through at the end and things that made them like emotional, I think actually worked. I never felt the emotions at the end of the game were fake or didn't work or were cheap or were at odds with what was going on. And even though the characters hadn't expressed that level of emotion throughout most of the game, by the time you get to the end, the reasons why they become emotional make perfect sense within the narrative. Like there's certain things that happen in the narrative where when you get to the end, you perfectly understand why what's happening is happening. It's genuinely good. Maybe not, I almost said in Afrikaans, maybe not a good game, but I still kind of really like it. But I also think it's one of those lightning in a bottle games where even with the sequel, and I know there's like a bunch of really dumb controversy about it, but even disregarding a lot of the controversy, I think that what made Deadly Premonition what it is was such a thing where it wasn't things that were purposefully constructed by the people who made the game. There's a lot of what makes that game great that was done accidentally. And I think that is why the sequel, apart from like a bunch of controversy stuff, that's why the sequel couldn't really hit the same way that the first one did, is because the first one, so much of what makes it enjoyable was done by accident. But I do like it. You can speak Afrikaans with us? I could, but none of you would understand me. Oh, that's 2 of 2. What did you say earlier? Bruh, I study game dev as a hobby, and having a game over is literally meant to be a sign of players' lack of skill. If a game has janky gameplay leading you to a game over, then the game is bad. If the game has a game over because of a mistake you made early on, hours later, it often feels unrewarding. Yeah, that's true. But like with Baldur's Gate, it's not that it'll give you a game over, it's just that it might give you an unsatisfactory outcome to certain plot lines, which are like side quests or like with certain characters and things like that. So far, I'm doing okay. I've managed to keep characters alive that are very easy to get killed if you don't know what you're doing. And I've made mistakes here and there with the plot. But again, what I find I enjoy about Baldur's Gate is this encourages me to want to replay it rather than discourages me like, oh, I didn't do that correctly and I can't fix it because it happened 70 hours ago. Rather than be discouraged, it just makes me excited to be like, oh, when I replay, I can do it this way instead. And I think that's just a mark of a very well-designed game where your mistakes encourage you to replay it rather than feel like you don't want to continue playing it just because you made a mistake. What act am I on? I'm on Act 3. I'm more or less at the beginning of Act 3. I was a little confused by the order I was supposed to do certain missions in. I've kind of figured it out now, but I was dragging my heels in Act 3 because I was a little confused over what to do, and also I found the city very overwhelming. But I figured it out, and I think I'm on a smoother part now, so it's going well. It's going well. What I like about Baldur's Gate gameplay is there's almost always a way out as long as you're skilled enough. The other thing is there are multiple ways to approach problems, which I quite like about it. And even if you do get into a fight, there are also multiple ways to approach the fight. I saw somebody where apparently it's been patched, so you can't do this anymore. But they had a spell that does damage to an enemy character based on how much money they have on them. So every 300 pieces of gold, it does a certain amount of damage. So what this person did was they would pickpocket the character and put all of their money into the character's pockets and just hit them once, and that attack would hit like a nuke and just insta-kill every bad guy he came across. And the fact that that's something the game allows you to do is hysterical to me. Like, that's a viable solution to a problem. But they've patched it now where you don't get that money back. Because in the original, you could do that and then you get all your money back if you loot the corpse. Now you can't do that anymore. You can still like do that attack, but you lose all your money when you do it. For me, Deadly Premonition was pretty much 100% the most accurate characterization of me minus the smoking. But the characters were well written and the game was old school Resident Evil open world. Yeah, I think that's a good way to explain it. It's basically old school Resident Evil, but as an open world game. Very, very silly, but like in a good way. Okay, what time is it? It's almost 1:15 midnight. I think I'll go for like 10 minutes. Oh, I needed to show you guys the hack fraud video. Because it's very good. And I'm sad that the person who made it doesn't have as many views as he should. Let me see, how do I do this? Is it this one? Screen capture video. No, it's not that. Screen capture video. No. Screen capture. I need display capture, I think, if I'm going to do this. Video capture, screen capture. I think it's this one. Add source. Is it this one? Add new source instead. No, it's not that one. Sorry, I'm fiddling around with Streamlabs, seeing if I can do this. Add a group. No, because I want to show my actual screen. No, that's webcam. Add media. Display capture. Found it. Okay, you're gonna see like the infinity for a second. You give me a sec. Okay, and then transition. Oh, no, wait. First, scale it so that you can actually see it. Let's do that. Oh, come on. Scale, scale. Put it in place. Can I crop to fit this? No. I can. Where's crop to fit? Fit to screen. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to do transition. Now I'm going to go here, and I am going to open... Did I die again? No, stream is healthy. Okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to YouTube. Forgive me if you see anything in my recommendation which is weird. Just pretend you don't see it, because I don't always know what the algorithm is doing. Come on. Okay. And it's hack... fraud. No. Fraud. I can't type, good lord. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna pause this. Pause that. And it's this one here. I'll link it in chat. And you guys can give it some views. And we're gonna watch it and then I'm gonna say goodnight. Where are you guys? Here you are. So that's the video, but we're gonna watch it here and then I'm gonna say goodnight. So it's this one. It's so good.
Stop. Very cool.
Xbox, I might have to scroll down. It's so good. It's so good. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go back to where's the other one? Okay, turn. Where's display capture? I don't even know what's going on here. Screen. Is it this one? No. Oh, here we go. Display capture. There we go. Switch back. It's so good, but I forgot the section, like the second section where Rich Evans is screaming, "I'm gonna come!" Like it shows that thing he did with like the fake dick, and he's like jerking it off, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be showing that on screen, even though it's fake. Anyway. I'm going to start saying good night. I don't know, what did I miss? Because I couldn't see the chat. Hack fraud time. I haven't seen Space Cop, actually. I need to. I heard, like, people say it's bad, but it might be the kind of, like, really stupid humor that I'm a fan of, just from what I've heard. Oh, turn the music back on. Just from what I heard, because, like, I've seen clips of it, and I know people say it's bad, but again, I've watched some trash movies and been a fan of them. Some of the garbage I've seen and genuinely liked is insane. Like, I like bad movies. I really enjoy a bad movie. So I might be on board. I'll have to see. The puff rises. But yeah, that's it for me. And next weekend is Wacken, so I'm not going to be streaming then. I'll see like what my schedule is. As I've said, the studio I usually work with has given me a little bit of a vacation because they're doing stuff in the background, which I don't want to talk about too much because I don't know if it's under NDA or not. But they're kind of busy in the background and they don't need me right this moment, which they've straight out said to me. However, they also want me to come back when they're ready for me. That's why we had a discussion about it, because they didn't want me to go off and sign a contract with somebody else while they're busy doing stuff. So in the meantime, I'll be playing Baldur's Gate and editing the video, and that's my primary focus for a while. And that's what's going on. I said earlier, but I'll say it again just in case you guys weren't here. I'm hoping to get the video out for Patreon by the end of this week. And then if it doesn't have any copyright claims on it, it should go public the week after that. So that's my plan. I'll see how much I manage it, because WB can be a little bit testy when it comes to their copyrighted material. So they might be angry at me for showing their show on YouTube. So I might have to throw a filter here and there onto the screen just to kind of hide the visuals. But we'll see when we get there. I'm doing my best. But it's very close to being done. I've edited episode 9. I've edited episode 10. And I've edited a good chunk of the wrap-up thoughts. So I think I'm about 3/4 of the way through it, which is pretty good. And then I must do the credits and the Patreon credits. And I like putting fan art in the end credits. I have 1 or 2 that people have sent me that I haven't used yet. So I'll probably add that. So anyway, those are the plans. Still looking forward to seeing it. I'm glad. Studio CPAF was like, listen kid, we like your moxie. We don't got works for yous right now, but don't go anywhere, toots. We'll keep in touch. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what the Bulgarian studio I work for was said, that they said it in exactly that voice. Throw the filter already, just to be sure. Yeah, I have that problem where I want to see how much I can get away with, but that also makes the copyright claim process longer than it needs to be, because a lot of me is like, ugh, do I have to filter this? Do I have to put a filter over this? And it's like, you know you do. You know they're going to claim this. And I'm like, yes, but sometimes things slip through. Sometimes they don't. So it's like, you know, how much is too much and how much is too little? Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how the algorithm works. Not even Google knows how the algorithm works. So it's who knows? I'm surprised WB has the money to strike YouTube videos. That's so mean, because it's true. Anyway, Seepuff, you're awesome. Looking forward to whatever you do in the future. Thank you, and thanks for stopping by. I hope you had fun in this, I want to say, disaster stream, but to be honest, this is about on average for the disaster stream. This is about what you can expect from me, quite frankly. Chroma key your avatar's hair green. Oh no. And put it in the hair. No, I have like a hologram, like an 80s hologram looking filter. I'll just slap it on there and put it in an overlay or something. Something slip through until they don't, yeah. And it sucks because you can put up the video and then something gets claimed and then you put up the exact same video and then it slips through and it's like, whatever. Nobody knows how this works, whatever. I did that with Velma. It copyright claimed one section that was just like a still image and I'm like, no, you're not claiming that part. So I re-uploaded the exact same video file without any changes and then it didn't get claimed. And I was like, oh, okay, great. That's fantastic to know about how this platform works. Anyway, I'm going to say goodnight. So I'm going to play the outro music. Let me just go find it because due to the technical difficulties at the start, I'm not as on the ball as I should be. So go here, go to this folder, go here, and find the song I want. There it is. And transition to the goodnight screen for you guys. If it'll work. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh boy, come on Streamlabs, you can do it. Is Streamlabs frozen? I don't know if Streamlabs is frozen or not. Streamlabs is frozen. I don't know if you guys can hear me anymore. I'm just going to say goodnight. And play the song. Because I don't know what Streamlabs is doing, so I'm just going to play the song. I don't even know if you guys are there. Where is it? Died? Oh, no, are we back? We're back. Okay, we're back. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Thank goodness. YouTube hung in there. YouTube hang in there. So I could at least play the goodbye song this time. Okay, goodbye. Before anything else happens, goodbye. Good night.